I hope this is right. Yeah, okay, this is right one. Ah! Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everybody. Ohayoki. Or Otsuyoki. It's late here, so Otsuyoki. Hello. Good evening. Good. How's everybody doing? Konbanwa. Konban Yoki. Yoki Genyo, as many Yoki puns as I can possibly fit into my vocabulary. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my very first art stream or art teaching session or whatever you want to call it. I should probably actually make a name for this because I want this to be a weekly thing, but like I have no clue. So I guess leave name suggestions or something.
It'll come to me like midway, and you will be drawing out of nowhere. I'll just blurt the name out.
I'll probably be like, "Oh my god, you're so right!" Like something like. Okay, but how's Mari's audio? How's Mari's audio? I actually did like the most minimal audio testing known to man, and I want to know.
Blah, 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 blah.
How did you make that sound? That was inhuman.
I don't know. It's my catness, I guess.
I see. That was mildly concerning.
It's the stroke.
It's the stroke
from earlier.
Very good. I understand. Don't even worry about it. I have strokes on a daily basis. I don't think there's not much left in my brain, honestly.
It's okay.
Mari's good for me. How's I? How's me? Oh, how's I? What am I doing? Okay. How am I? How's my audio? Am I too loud? Too soft? You know? Am I skimming in your ear? Am I skimming in your ear? Loud enough yet?
You sound good to me, darling.
Is this flirting? Is this I don't know. Am I being flirted with? I don't know. I'm sorry. I haven't talked to a woman in years. So.
Oh no.
But
Chat, she figured it out. I'm a woman.
Oh, no. Oh no. Oh my god. A woman? And in these parts, I can't believe it. I've been tricked. I thought you were a guy. What happened?
Honestly, I could see Yoki being like the dense harem Patag-kun. Like, I could see it.
Really? No. I often get... You want to know something? Ever since I was back in my company, many people have told me that my model looks like there is no thoughts constantly, always head empty. My manager, my previous manager, my first manager told me, every expression you make looks stupid. Not in like a mean way, like the stupid in like the this is like she is so dumb, like she is so like pun, do you know what I mean, like very pun.
I do. I do, yeah.
Every expression you make looks so dumb.
Apparently, I look like I'm always up to no good and like I'm about to commit crimes or something. I'm like, you don't have proof of that.
I do see it though. I do see it. You look very mischievous. Very mischievous indeed. Yeah, look at that face. That face right there. You look like you're about to burn something. Please don't let it be in this room.
Not intentionally.
A duh expression. Wow! A duh expression. I can't even be mad. I do see it. I can't even be upset. I do see it. Like sometimes I don't know what's up with my facial checking. Like this happens occasionally. My chat like gives me shit for like a frog eye blink. Do you know what I mean? Like when I'll blink one eye at a time. I don't know if it's because when I turn too far and so it looks weird, but like I'll occasionally have like the
model does that.
Yeah, so I'll have like the frog eye blink where I just blink one eye at a time and my chat says it looks stupid.
I have the problem where like sometimes my eye will twitch because I have this tendency to kind of eat my microphone sometimes, and the way I have everything positioned She's just like me for real, bro.
She's just like me. I actually posted. My manager made me post something on Twitter. I sent him a picture of my microphone, and he's like, "You have to post that on Twitter right now." And I got flamed for it on Twitter because it looks like my mic, like there are chunks of my what's it called? The wind blower thing, like you know there are chunks missing, so it looks like I bit into it. I didn't bite it. I didn't bite it.
Wait, hold on, wait. The microphone that we just talked about, the expensive one.
Yep.
You.
I didn't bite it. I didn't bite it, Mari. I didn't bite it. I did.
Those microphones are so expensive.
I didn't bite it. Please believe me.
Did it taste good?
Why won't anybody believe me? Do you know the picture I'm talking about?
I'm looking right now.
I actually have to. I think I have to scroll. I think I have to scroll through my. I don't.
Oh, I'll find it. If I know one thing is that I can find things on
Oh
Twitter.
no! If I find it, I'll send it to you. But like, this is a. How long ago did I post this picture? If my manager's also streaming right now. Actually, I can't. Well, if somebody's in chat and you find it, can you please send it to me? Or ping me like where you send it.
Being a manager and streaming. Imagine streaming. Actually, it couldn't be me.
It couldn't be me, honestly. My chat knows I am terminally canceling streams because I'm always doing something. I'm like always busy.
Yoki?
Me?
I've been scrolling through your Twitter and
What did you find?
Someone has suggested you something very interesting.
What?
The Pepe mouse pad. But that's not the worst one. It's the one that's underneath it. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what a fire like dragon thing is. I may have some explanations here. I am looking at your Twitter, right? I think this is you. Is this you? I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
Oh wait, that's not is this you?
Let me see. Send it via Discord.
Oh,
I don't think I'm the one that's supposed to be explaining that to you.
I'm just curious on why that's on you.
Wait, did you send it to me? Where'd you send it?
I'm sending it right now.
Okay.
I hope I don't send it to the wrong person, otherwise this would be very awkward.
Okay, no, you're sending it to me. Okay, let me see.
I've done that a couple times. I've sent like really, like
Let me see.
Sussy tweets, but to the wrong person. It's okay.
Does anybody
know you're into dragons? That's all. I just
I'm not into dragons. This is a suggestion, Andrew. You can't. Oh, listen. I have no clue why anybody suggests anything. You want to know something? In that very same thread. Hold on. In that very same thread, they suggested me, and I quote: "Desert Eagle .50 AE titanium gold." It's a gun, by the way. And it's $3,000. So.
They got that kind of money. Why aren't they subscribing?
Exactly. Subscribe to me. Also, there's they keep suggesting me Krispy Kreme gift card multi-pack of 3. It's a gift card for donuts, essentially. I have scrolled past like 10 of these.
Why would someone? Nobody eats at Krispy Kreme.
Exactly.
That's like going to Arby's. Like no one does that.
I'm so sure. Like I would bet my life that Krispy Kreme is a money laundering scheme.
I've honestly, there's been a conspiracy that Krispy Kreme, Arby's, and like some other place, they're like all like money laundering places. Because there's nobody ever there.
Nobody eats there. Nobody eats there. How are they making their money?
I don't know. Maybe they're VTubing.
Maybe they're VTubing. But anyway, do you want to introduce yourself to chat?
Oh my gosh, chat doesn't even know who you've been talking to. Just a random like cat girl this entire time.
Chat, I don't know how she got in here. She won't go though. She won't leave.
I 5 fits, I 6.
If it
Hi
fits,
everybody. My name's Mariyume. I am the personification of dreams. I came all the way from the dream realm to come hang out with Yoki today to learn art because I have 2 brain cells and I was hoping I could rub them together to make a blob.
Okay. For any of Mari's viewers that are seeing me for the first time and they're like, who the fuck is this blue-haired chick that's talking to Art? I'll see. My name is Sigma Sigma Gokana Sidikari Kai Chirising the Sigma to Inamati Hidamati Kina the Tokanisi to Korea Yabrikin Burikin Pipe on the sitting and chilling and the good night upon Pakapina Ponpakan and the Tokiman Zoske. But you can call me Inami Yoki for sure. Anyway, I guess just Yoki, because you can just call me Yoki. You look so shocked.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Can you do that again, but in Nyakunyan?
Okay, yeah. Nyanyame nyanyajina do nyara vida nyaki 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 hanna nai nan nyaki nerevete naga nyagame. The original tongue twister is naname nanajina do nyara vida naku naku ina naku nena hanna nai nan naku nerevete naga nyagame.
Call her a brat.
What? Call her a brat. I'm not a brat. Don't listen to them. They think I'm a brat, but they're just mean to me, so I'm mean back. And they're like, oh my god, she's a brat. She's teasing. No, they're just mean to me. They're very mean.
I noticed that a lot of my VTuber friends who are not so well endowed, like some of us here, they tend to be a little bit more bratty.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You wanna run that by me one more time? I don't know if you've noticed here, but I'm the one with the pointy stick.
I'm okay with that actually. I like sticks.
Wait, sticks? What do you mean?
I'm a stick cat.
I see.
As long as it has a feather next to it, though.
Are you the sort of cat who plays fetch?
Depends what we're fetching. Is it money or is it fishy or?
She's just like me. She's just like me. But I should probably start explaining what the stream is about. Okay, so here's how it's gonna go. Everybody, take a seat. Take a seat. Not only is Mari a part of this art class, well, Mari's the one I'm personally lecturing, so I'm probably going to be talking to Mari more than I'm going to be talking to you guys. But this art class is for you guys too. For anybody who wants to learn about art, anybody who wants to do art, anybody who wants to experience art, recommend it to your friends, recommend it to your family, recommend it to your grandma, recommend it to your mom, even though she probably knows I'm streaming. I had to visit her house earlier. And anyway, but how this stream is going to go is Mari gave me a list of questions to answer. It's a list of burning questions that she wants to know about art. Alright, she gave me a long list of questions for me to answer, or for you to hear, you know? So I'm going to be coaching Mari on these specific subjects, and at the end of the stream, if we have enough time, I'm going to have Mari do a drawing, and I will personally be critiquing like the sketch stage, you know, like not a full drawing obviously, just like, you know, a sketch, and I will be critiquing how she does things, you know, that sort of thing. And I'm going to be a bit of a tutor. We're gonna do art, alright? We're gonna art as hard as we possibly can, okay? I don't have friends, it's okay, you'll find some eventually.
You don't have friends or art? Well, I mean, at least you got farts, that's okay.
Yeah, farts. If all else fails, you fart. Wisdom.
I do all the time.
What are you talking about? Girls don't fart.
Wait, I'm a girl now? Oh no, she's finding out about me. I don't know.
Oh no, what am I finding out? What sort of secret you keeping from me?
Nothing actually.
Oh no.
I don't know secrets.
I feel like if I inquire more about this, I'm gonna come up with more questions than answers. So we're gonna.
I have questions that I need answering today. So
yeah. So how about we do those? Okay. Let me just make a new canvas. All right. Okay. Mari, I'm going to ask you to open up Clip Studio yourself. Unfortunately, we have no place to show your screen, but don't worry, you're just gonna be taking notes. I won't make you draw just yet. But once I do make you draw, I'm going to ask you to make an OBS Ninja for your Clip Studio stream, and I will show that to everybody while I coach you on your drawing, and it'll be great. We'll be great. Everything's gonna be great. Okay.
Works for me.
Okay. Here we go. Hi. Canvas. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna just say, let's see. All right. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot to open one more thing. Okay. Where? There you go. Yoki. My. Sounds good, right? Yeah. Okay, that's all for the lesson. That's it. Go home now. Okay. Alright, so I have the list right here. Actually, no, I don't. I actually forgot to prepare that, but you didn't hear that from me. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Right. Okay. So I guess I'll just start from here. All right. I'll start from here. Okay. I'll also be pulling up some of my own drawings for examples and stuff. Yeah. We'll do it. Okay. Hi. Question number 1. How do I use line weight to give depth in a drawing? Examples: thinner lined around the face, thicker for clothes. Okay, this is a good question. So what you want to do is actually, let me just pull up a drawing. Let's see. Let me see if I have a good example. Do I have any good examples for this? I don't know. I'll just pull up this drawing because this is the one I'm currently working on, so it won't really matter if I make edits to it. So, load file a little faster, please. Okay, so while the file is loading, extremely slow, what you want to know is that you want to have darker lines for where there is more shading. For examples, hair bangs under the neck and increases, but lighter lines where there is less shading, so like around the head, you know, that sort of thing, wherever light is hitting. The reason we do this essentially is to keep the line art interesting, to make it not boring. Because let's see. Let me draw a face really quick. Let me draw a bit of a face. Actually, no, I don't even have to. Hold on. I actually have let's bring out model-chan. Here we go. Here. I did a little bit of an art stream with my tattoo. So it's very. Her name is Model-chan. She's very cute. Okay. So essentially, where you want to put these is, let me see it. Where's the rendering for you? Yeah, right here. Okay. So where you want to put these hair bangs, because it gives the illusion that there is shading under these, because these are kind of like the darkest places. You also want to put it under the neck too, because wherever the light isn't hitting, it's obviously going to get way more dark. So adding variation, it gives it a lot more depth. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, adding depth to certain places. So yeah, and lighter lines, obviously you want to use the light as light as possible around where the light's hitting. So over here, you see, I didn't try to make too many strokes, but over where it's darker, there's darker lines.
So wait. What about is that why like some lines are like thicker than others?
Yes.
Too?
Some lines can be thicker than others, but honestly, it can become entirely personal preference. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes it's stylization, sometimes it's to add a bit of realism. For me, mostly because, you know, I have more of an anime art style. It is more so to communicate like depth and stuff like that. Especially since I don't really do line art that much. So it's just where light is not hitting is definitely going to be a lot darker, and you can use darker lines, thicker lines to communicate that. It's all about communication. What, like, art, shape language, just what you're trying to communicate, you know? What do you want it to be perceived as? And you can find something to affiliate with that. So, lighter lines would probably be lighter strokes. Maybe a lighter color, because this is kind of a light color too. Darker lines, darker colors. That's obviously where light isn't hitting, so it looks a lot more dark and adds a lot more contrast as well. Especially if you don't use dark colors to shade, you can always use like dark colors to do like line art and variations and, you know, stuff that makes it look darker. You don't always have to do it, but it does look a lot more interesting than if you were to leave it bland. Hold on, let me
Ooh, okay.
Let me see. Oh, that is horrifying.
So if I want to draw Booba, for example, and I wanted to show that like she has like a massive Booba, could I like do the shadow and I make that like the thicker part, like near the under boob, and then the upper boob would be like lighter?
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay, so
yes, for research purposes.
We will draw boobs right here. Very, very bad ones. She has big boobs. So what you would do is probably say them here, like there. I suppose.
I've seen this somewhere on an anime before.
This is how anime boobs are drawn. Actually, I can go on like a massive rant about how much I hate when boobs are drawn like this. Boobs don't go like this. They go like this. This is how you draw boobs. Honka badunker. They don't look like this.
I can confirm. I can confirm, chat. That is exactly how they're supposed to look. I can confirm.
Can you confirm?
I'm trying to look. It's hard, but yes.
I bet you can still see your feet. I can't really say anything either though. I can't really say anything either. But yeah, so this is what it would look like without like any line variation. If I were to add a bit of line variation, it would probably be mostly, assuming like the light's coming from above, over here, maybe a bit over here, a bit inside the mouth because the mouth has depth too, and there's no hair, she's bald, so everything else would probably be like on the lighter side, as you can see. And obviously it's a lot more entertaining when it communicates shadows, you know? It's not only just to add depth, but it's also to, you know, bring out your shadows better, and you know, if something's supposed to be dark, make it, you know, as dark as possible. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's very, very, very simple in concept. It doesn't really need to be for a definite reason at all. Like sometimes it's just literally stylization. Like I'll see some artists who will make large dark triangles right here, you know, like this. Sometimes it's purely for stylization. While it does communicate shadows and it does make the lines more interesting, it's purely stylization, and sometimes it's just to look good. So honestly, it's whatever is more appealing to your eye, and that's kind of the answer for a lot of these here, though I will definitely give more technical answers. So yeah, line weight, it's really just to bring out as like the interesting parts. Honestly, I was going to make a better model here, but yeah, you're probably going to want the line over here, over on like dark, more dark over here, because this is where
who's that?
This is actually my new art mama for my new art mama for my re-debut.
Your mom's hot. I mean, wait, is that supposed to be you or your mom?
That's my art mama. Mama.
Your mom is hot.
Well, actually, my dad.
Your dad is hot.
Hey, but yes, so as you can see, I just made a lot of it darker around here, just, you know, for shadows. You're just gonna, it's absolutely more interesting than if I were to leave like all of it just like light and plain. It's my way of communicating, you know? Well,
yeah, I got you.
Okay, so let me see. We're gonna draw Stickman 1, Stickman 2. We're gonna give them bodies. It looks more like gingerbread men than anything. Okay, listen, we're trying our best. They're doing their best. Listen, this is Jack, and this is Henry. All right, Henry, Jack. Wait, I think I mixed them up already. Okay, Jack, Henry. Okay, this is Henry. This is Jack. All right. So I'm going to add some of the. Yeah, we're gonna do a bit of down here, under here. If it's gonna let me. Okay, yes. Over here. Over here. And really, I'm not doing much other than thickening the lines. I'm not as exactly shading. Maybe in the corners of the mouth. I kind of like it. Like it's not necessarily where like shading happens, but it's kind of cute, you know.
They're
here.
cute. They're
here.
small.
And then where it's lighter, I'm gonna use a bit of a soft brush to lighten up those areas.
Oh my gosh, I just realized because your name is Yoki, have you ever played Doki Doki Literature Club?
Yes,
It'd be so cute to do like a parody calling you Yoki Yoki and just have like little things of you just walking around. Sorry, these are my intrusive thoughts I think of. I'm paying attention.
It's okay. I have the random thoughts too. You wanna know? I have thoughts when I'm drawing. I'm like, oh wow, okay, look. So I'll be drawing and I'll have thoughts like, wow, this eye is really shiny. Man, what did I eat for dinner today? I'm kind of hungry now. Should I go to the store? I want another
Yoki Art Club! Woo! Subscribe to join Yoki Yoki's Art Club. Let's go.
Oh no! I can already tell unspeakable things will happen here. Just Yoki, just Yoki, just Yoki, just Yoki. Unspeakable things might just Yoki. We don't talk about the fact that I've deleted the character files for multiple people.
You can't delete what doesn't exist, Yoki.
Exactly.
You can't delete what doesn't exist.
So true. So true. I could make a joke about that actually. But I won't because I'm extremely nice. Alright, so as you can see, look at the line art variation here. Okay, this looks a bit weird. You know what? Listen, trial and error. I'm not gonna draw a perfect stick figure on the first try. But obviously, one of them is definitely a lot more interesting to look at because it kind of brings out the light parts a lot more by darkening the dark parts. It also can be used to direct focus, but that's for in more extreme cases in which you want to do like a very coordinated drawing. Sometimes you just want to draw a stick man. But in this case, darkening up the darkest parts, very good, very good. You can also use it in folds of clothes as well, as you mentioned. So I'm gonna give him a little shirt right here. So the bottom of his shirt's gonna be kind of baggy, so we're gonna do something like this, you know, a baggy shirt. Obviously
not the gumdrop buttons.
Yeah, so we probably darken up this part right here. Anything that's just below, honestly. And everything that's above, we're gonna try to leave as light as possible. And it's very good. It's very good. Sometimes most artists don't even have a reason for this. Sometimes they just like, I like it. It looks good. And honestly, you can just do that. You can just be like, it looks good. But if you want to be more technical with your art, if you want everything to have a reason behind it, this would probably be it. Just to embolden the shadows, give like a lot of depth, especially if your liner is black. It would definitely give a little bit of, it would communicate depth, because sometimes it can look completely flat. Like, you look like a 2D image. You look like there's space under your neck. It looks like there's space under your neck. It looks like you're, there's definitely light coming from above, considering where the shadows under the armpits are. You know what I mean?
Just, what about this? Haha. You can see the depth from
Yeah. I can also tell that, the shadows have no like curvature under your hand, making it look like it's on a 2D surface.
Okay, you say. Okay, I was like, you saved yourself. There's no curvature. There's a little curve. There's a little curve. It's right by my sleeve. It's not the fold of the sleeve, chat. Why are you trying? I love how you're intently staring, trying to find it.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'd like to think I have good eyes when it comes to art. I don't really see anything, buddy. Hate to break it to you, but yeah, that's pretty much the only reason we do that. It's pretty nice. It's pretty good, you know? Exactly. He's happy. He's happy in his little place, and you'll forever be an abomination.
Of clothing. And I'm guessing like for a lot of this stuff, it's like really subtle sometimes.
Very,
and
very
times
subtle.
It can be graphic.
Exactly. A lot of times, when people want to be more stylized, it can be more graphic. Essentially, stylization is changing up things about art, making some aspects and some of the techniques of art pop out more than others. It's just different techniques, essentially. If your style emphasizes the line weight a lot, then that's literally just your style. If your style doesn't, that's your style as well. It can boil down to style, or it can boil down to realism and what looks good and what doesn't. Obviously, not all drawings have to have this, but I do recommend it a lot because it definitely makes it look a lot better And also makes your drawing look a bit more 3D, a bit more depth. Sometimes it's like the really, really subtle changes that really make most of it. Okay. I'm glad. Okay. So, second question. For TLDR for this question, it's literally wherever light isn't hitting. You can use it as an shading plus, you know?
Okay, got you.
Alright. Okay. How can I study someone's art to understand how they achieved a certain style, such as understanding the difference between them using a watercolor brush or a pencil sketch brush? Okay, this is a question I love a lot because my art is derived from a few people's art. Okay, so 2 people.
Oh, I can show you a picture of like one art style that I really, really like.
Oh, we can analyze it right now.
Yeah, let me
go ahead and do that.
I'm sending it to you. Oh God, what am I doing?
Don't worry about it. We have all the time in the world.
Oh wait, that's not the right image. Hold on, I sent you the wrong image.
What is that? What is that? What is this? I'm gonna bring this image on screen. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That
was the wrong thing.
Let me just bring this image on screen. Where is it? There it is. This is what I was sent.
I clicked the wrong thing.
What did she mean by this chat? Okay, so this art style we're going to study.
I mean, you know, it's just Photoshop.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Yeah, that's kind of where it inspired from. I think it's... I swear I have it. I wasn't expecting to analyze someone's piece right away.
Oh, yes. Stop. I'm supposed to do that.
I have so many pieces of art on here. Okay, how about this one, for example? This one.
Oh, what's a GIF?
Wait, did it not send?
No, it sent as a GIF.
No! Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's okay. Just copy and paste. It's the best thing to do. Dun.
When in doubt, I'm just gonna go to Skeb. It'll be the easiest.
When in doubt, just skip.
So these are emotes that I had commissioned.
So you want to study this person's style?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is actually not what I was expecting at all.
So like, this is the stuff I have a hard time understanding. It's like, it looks to me like it's some kind of like rough thingy, but there's not like a lot of intricate type of like coloring and stuff.
Okay.
I figured I'd keep it simple because there is like, you know, more intricate styles, but I figured for time's sakes I'd show you like,
honestly, I don't even mind more intricate styles. It'd probably be a lot better. I think I could explain it pretty quick. I already have, you know, I have notes that I could teach you. Let me see. You can go ahead and find a more detailed, and I'll do my best to explain this style. So let me pull this up. Oh wait, did I just copy it? I probably just copied it. Yeah. Oh, okay, wait, you already found it. Yeah, okay, this is beautiful. This is perfect. Save image. Okay, perfection. Okay, we'll use this one. This artist. Do you mind giving me the artist credit so I can like write it on the top? So
yeah.
I don't.
Let's see, which one are we doing?
The one the first one you sent me, the more intricate one, not the chibi one. This one. Oh, wait,
this is their at.
Hey, okay. So this artist right here. Oh, okay. What are we doing? Actually, don't know. So this is the artist you're studying right now. Okay, I can already start to see. All right, we're gonna leave it like this. All right, so let me see if give me the and I will see if I can pull up more stuff. Okay, so
I sent you their Skeb.
Thank you. I got their Twitter. All right.
That's my wall. That's like my my background.
It's so cute.
Future outfits to say.
Oh, yeah. Let me see. Do I have any good examples? All right. This is not a good example. Let's see. What do we got? Give me something. This is also a skip, so I don't want to use it. I'm much rather use fan art. Okay, sounds good. This might take a bit. Hi. All right. So file.
I also have like fan art that someone made of me as well that I could send.
Okay, so there's also this too. Oh, yeah. So we got this. We got this image right here. Maybe I'll make this a bit smaller. All right, we got this image. We got that image. Okay, so first and foremost, I recommend if you want to achieve a style like this, the first thing to do is dedicate some time to do an art study. And what an art study is, dedicating an amount of time to study what makes the components to somebody else's style, or studying something in general. Just, it's like literally studying for like a test. You want to achieve something, so you put aside some time to work towards getting like those results, ingraining something in your mind, like practicing techniques that they do, so that you can incorporate it into your own style and eventually build your own style. So the first thing to do with that is what makes their art defining. What I see is lots of pastel, bright, popping colors. What I see is very they pay a lot of attention to like clothing folds and a very unique eye style. Big mullet eyes, not too much hair shading, but they also like to make the hair very swirly. They also like to use a lot of like the hair strands and stuff. They're very dynamic with their poses. They like to make it's very fluffy, you know, very fluffy. So once you find the things that make their art innately who like they are and their art style, you can begin to pick apart how they do those things. So like with the eyes, they don't really do much to the eyes from what it looks like. It's not too detailed, but it's very big and very mullet, and it gives like the childish sort of appearance, and I like that a lot. I really do. So what we'll like examine is their shape language first. The shape language they use is very circle-like, very, you know, big heads, small bodies, you know, that sort of thing. So what they do for their eyes right here is they'll make a shape like this. Shape like right here. Okay, it's curved downwards. They'll go in like this. They'll go make a little line up like that. They use a little bit of eye crease right here, and it goes all the way around. And they will use a circular iris. Like their irises are circle. Maybe I made this too big. This is too big right here. The eyelash isn't the main focus. The eye is. So we're making a circle. Just a circle. Literally just a big circle. Yeah.
Big
but I can't draw a perfect circle. Okay? Give me just like 5 seconds.
You're drawing a circle with a rectangle brush.
Oh, the shape of the brush doesn't really matter. It's more like the brush makes square lines. It's not the shape of the brush. Yeah. So, yeah, they make big circle eyes. Yeah. And what they do is their shading is mainly towards the top. So the people will be all the way up here and stuff. And you know, they have lots of highlights in the eyes. And you kind of got their basic eye style down. They have like a little thing down here. Yeah, And their basic eye style. Now you would probably want to use multiple references of their art. They're literally doing the same thing here. Again, big shape like this. It's always going to be downturned. One lash up here. Very, very big sweeping eye crease. Big circle. 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 There we go. Circle. And right here, they'll do the same thing. They kind of changed up their eye style here, but still, it's really focused towards the top. And they did a bit more detail here. I also change my eye style very often, so I understand. So, and they don't really have the thing under here. They used more skin to do it, but I understand completely. And it's kind of their eye style. The main points to take away is that circle iris, not much focus on the eyelash. The eyelash isn't very thick, it's very thin. And they have an eye crease that goes all the way around, and it's very shiny. You're going to want to use a bunch of highlights, like a highlight down here, highlight over here, highlight up here, you know, that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
And essentially what I did right now is I picked apart the components of what makes their eye style, and I incorporated it here. Now, what you want to do is you're going to try doing it on your own. Like, without looking at the drawing now, I'm going to try to recreate what I think their eye style looks like. So, right here.
I think I grew a brain cell.
Oh, oops.
No, it's my brain cell. You can't have it! Uh-oh, I think I just lost it. I hit my head.
Oh no. Oh no.
On the microphone!
Please keep the brain cell. I need you to have it. Okay, so I think this is pretty good. It's pretty decent. Now we'll compare it to theirs.
That looks better than my eye!
I still could have gone back, and I still could have done a few things. Like they leave a lot more room at the bottom. Over here.
I don't know how you did it, but it looks angy.
It looks angy?
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's angy.
Now it is my eye.
Yeah, okay, so with just a simple eye, I kind of demonstrated to you what you want to do. You're going to understand the fundamentals of what makes it how it looks. So as I explained to you, big iris, not much attention to the eyelash other than like it's very shiny. It's very shiny in general. They're gonna slider towards the ends. Much focus on how empty the iris is. Like the pupil's going to be way higher. You know, I could go in depth. There's also like outlines around lots of things, which gives it a very nice look. It merges it with the eyelash a lot. Like the dark lines around the lighter shading. And yeah, it's very shiny overall. So once you understand what makes their eye style look like their eye style, you can apply it to your own style. Like right here, I did how I thought it looked with the reference and then without. And now that I know what makes up their eye style, I can do it in my own art, you know? And maybe add a little my own tweaks to it. Like if I was them, I would make the pupil a little lighter in some place. Hold on, 1 second. There we go. Make it a little lighter in here. Maybe add like lines like this.
Oh.
Maybe add like eyelashes down here. Maybe add more eyelashes out here. Maybe
Kind of like a little realistic.
not too realistic. We still want it to be very mutt. But you know, yeah, now I added my own, what I thought like good qualities of an eye is more eyelashes, essentially, more detail inside of the eye. And while it does resemble theirs a little bit, it's my own style in general, just deviating from theirs. Now we can go down here. What about their hair? Their hair is also a very distinct part of what they do. Essentially, what they're doing is adding as many like hair strands like this as possible. You know what I mean? So let's take this strand of hair right here. We're gonna replicate it. So they're gonna do a sweep like that, swoop inwards like this. They do a swoop outwards like this, and swoop down here. Use a lot of hooks, and then go like this too. And this is a lot thinner, so this is gonna go out like this. This is gonna go out like this. They meet up right here. And then they also use like a no line art brush to make another line there, so I'm just gonna leave that alone for a second. And they go like this, and they also go out like this, right here. So a pretty good replica. They do okay. So what I picked apart from this, they use a lot of hooks. They use a lot of overlapping hairlines. And they do not shade the inside of the hair where the hair folds are. So like if I was doing it, I would have made like hair folds like this to give the hair more depth and to make it look like that, but they don't do any of that. They leave the hair pretty much empty, and with the exception of gradients and stuff like that, you know, like the basic shading.
Oh, so that's what gives it that like soft look then.
They don't use much shading in the hair, so like but also they use vibrant colors, so it looks a lot more soft, you know. They also use thin line art, so a lot of it is very open and empty and vibrant. So with this in mind and with their shape language in mind, I'm going to try to replicate what I think their hairstyle looks like to me. So I'm gonna use where you Model-chan. So again, what we're going to do is we're going to use a lot of overlapping lines, we're going to use a lot of hooks, and we're going to try to avoid drawing inwards. So here we go. Also wait, with one more study of the hair, because you know, as much reference as we can get for the bangs, they don't do the inwards thing again. Lots of overlapping hairlines. They also can use straight lines with the hair. They don't have to do primarily hooks.
So
with here
when you
too.
mean like inwardness, like
I mean like, oh, like this. Hold on. Like if it were me, I would do this to give the hair like more like this. Draw more lines inwards. Like they did it over here. But they don't do it a lot. Once the 2 points meet, they kind of stop, you know? What I mean is when 2 points meet, they kind of stop. If it were me, I wouldn't let it stop. I would probably go over here, but they don't do that. They don't continue it. So that's what I mean. When 2 points meet, they kind of stop there. It doesn't happen all the time, but it happens most of the time for it to give a very airy and empty feel. So with that in mind, I'm gonna try to recreate their hairstyle. Thank you, Model-chan. Ikusan. So for the bangs, we're gonna do very square bangs because that's what I'm seeing from them. Hime cut. It's kind of low. There we go. Bring it a bit lower. Oh, this kind of sucks. 1 second. It's okay. Sometimes art sucks. That's part of the arting process. We're gonna art as hard as we possibly can, especially since it's not really my style. I really have no idea what I'm kind of doing here. Especially,
hey, that's okay.
Yeah,
it's a good challenge.
Good challenge, especially a good challenge. So at the bangs, we got like lots of hooks, like the hooks I was talking about earlier. Overlapping hooks. They don't use stick liner actually. I should probably make it smaller. I do use a bit of thick pen, but they don't, so I'm going to make it smaller just to replicate them better. So I might use lots of kind of struggling with this actually.
Oh no, when I made the assignment too hard for the teacher.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, the Clip Studio. They did a lot of pigtails.
They really like them.
No, listen, I do too. Look at us. We got pigtails. Yes. Well, yeah, this is kind of what the hair like looks to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like very wispy.
Very wispy. It's not always in the same direction too. Sometimes it's like in this direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm doing my best with what I can do. This isn't really my natural hairstyle, but still. It's similar. They use a lot of thicker. What I'm missing is that like a lot of the hair strands are really thin. A lot of the hair strands are kind of thicker. So this would be a little...
Oh. So like they use the hair to kind of give depth based off of like the width, not so much of like the line weight.
Exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, they make a lot of the wisps very thick. Yeah, let me just over here. And also, what I noticed about them, they don't use a lot of that line weight. Hold on. Make this a bit thicker. It's kind of what their style is. Similar. We're getting there. But again, you don't really want to do their style. You want to make parts of their style your own. Alright, so yeah. That's kind of what it looked like to me, you know? Oh, whoops, hello. We're gonna move you over here. There you go. Yeah, kind of what it looked like to me. I probably should have used a lot more curls. Like, curls upward. Curls like this, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Would have probably looked more similar. Yeah, a bit more similar. Yeah, you know what I mean? Again, not my hairstyle. Yeah. I'm doing my best with what I can do. But yeah.
No, it definitely makes a lot more sense. Because, like, sometimes this stuff is just kind of... It's hard for me to understand what I'm looking at sometimes.
And also, I lied. They do use a bit of line weight, but not that much. It's very, very subtle. Like, it's under the neck right here. In the hair right here. Like how you can see this line's lighter. This line is a bit darker. Like, darker over here. Darker under the armpit right here. Yeah, darker right here. It's not really weight, it's just the color of the liner when it comes to this part right here. But they did make it look a little darker over here. Yeah, so it just communicates depth and makes the liner more interesting. If I were to render over their drawing, which I don't really want to do, but listen, it's for the sake of teaching. Like, remove that entirely, it looks a bit more boring than if it were to be with that thing right there. So, beautiful, beautiful art. The art is by, what's their name? Komomo, 2899 on Twitter. Komomo 2899 on Twitter. Very, very good. Very amazing art. Hold on, I'll just put their @ right here. Yeah. I don't know. How do I draw the @ symbol?
Honestly, though.
2899. Okay, so yeah, go give him a sub and tell him a little thank you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, don't tell him a little thank you, but like just like their art, retweet it. That's probably the best way to tell an artist thank you. But yes, okay, so yeah, I hope that made sense.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does.
Alright. Alright, next question. If wait, hold on, let me see. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh wait, we already have another artist too. I can also do this one real quick, just with their eyes. Let me see. Let's see this artist. File, import, stitching. Okay, so there are very pretty. Okay, they have a bit of like the old shoujo art. Okay, so
Yeah.
their art consists of, I'm gonna say, like lots of thicker eyelashes, way more eyelashes right here, thicker eyelash. Their highlights are relatively small. They have no like serious pupil, but they have like a bit of a shape defining it. Their eye shading is more soft, if you know what I mean. It doesn't use like harsh thick lines. It's a lot more flat too. So what I am going to do is I'm going to study like the shape of their art over here. Okay, so what I'm seeing, I'm gonna erase a bit of this here. Can I? Oh wait, I can just move it to this side. Okay, what am I doing? This side right here makes it a lot more comfortable to me. Okay, so they have a bit. Hello, Mr. Pen, what are you doing?
Being a baka.
Being a sussy baka. Ooh, nice effects though. Ooh, what the hell is that? Sorry, it does this sometimes. I don't know why. Can I? Let me see. Sus.
I literally went to go import this into my thing, and I look up, and all I see is just a box on the screen.
Why is it still doing this? Hold on. Do not know. I don't really want to save this. There we go. It's better. Okay, here we go. All right. Can I have like a again thicker lines? Okay, so they're going
So
to
you said that this one, it's like, it seems like they don't have line weight per se, but they kind of like, they do the details that you were talking about, how they actually take the hair pieces and go up with it.
For like Komomo or for this one?
For this one here, it
Yeah,
looks
they
like
don't
the
do much.
hair.
They don't do much line weight. They don't do much line weight. I do see it. Well, actually, no, they do with some intersecting lines, but it doesn't seem very intentional. You know what I mean? Yeah. So their line art is very thin, and I get it because a lot of the colors are coming out instead. They use very harsh shadows in order to make up for that. And it looks very nice. I like it a lot. So hold on, we're gonna continue this right here. So what I'm saying, yeah, again, thick eyelashes, but it kind of narrows down at the end, and it comes back. Oh, this is once again kind of comes back this way. Right here, they have eyelashes. So one's going out here, one's going here, the other's going there. Oh, this is too big though. This one's kind of thick though. Oh, this one's thinner, and this one here, right there. Okay, so we got that. Their eyeliner here isn't very defined at all. It's very one and done like that. So I'm not gonna pay too much attention to that. Their eye shape is very big once again, but it's not exactly circle. It's more of an oval. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
big, like in a very boxy way. Ooh, let me see if I can. But it's like one side is way more curved than the other.
Yeah.
And they have a thick line going like this. Let me actually fix this a little bit with the. You also asked about this right here. I'll get to this later in the next, like the other questions. Okay, so yeah, what I'm seeing is, okay, that's a bit thinner. Actually, over here, probably curves in a little more. Yeah, okay, that's better. Alright, okay, so. Okay, I'm taking a lot of time with this, but oh, okay. Alright, so their highlight, pretty small. looks like this. You know, a little wee wee. Their shading.
Wait. Sorry. Not.
Okay, so their eye shading, it's not very curved at all. It's kind of boxy in a sense. So we're gonna. Okay, so don't have any definite eye pupil sort of thing. It kind of looks like this, like a shape.
It
like
almost
that.
kind of looks like it's not that it's soulless per se, but I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
get
like
it.
deep. It's deep.
I get it. And they have a lighter sort of shading going on here, with a lot of the shading going inwards, like an actual eye. And this part right here, I can't really draw it because it's very, very soft. It's very soft and blurred out, but they have a highlight right there. Okay, so let me just. I think it looks decently like their style. There's a little bit of lighter. There's a lighter color in here. Hold on, let me move this up. Okay, there's a lighter color in here. Oh, that's too dark. Lighter color in here. So they have a lighter color going like on there. And they also have a bit of shading going on here. Okay. It's not the best because it's not colored or anything, but I think it looks decently like their style. Decently enough, so decently enough. Okay, I'm gonna erase this though. Okay, so with knowing all of this in mind, we're going to try to replicate it on our own. So okay, so they have again thick of the eyelashes. It curves down. They have like the inside of the eyelash is like really prominent.
It's like a more happy school days kind of eyes.
I get it. And it's kind of curved too.
Color me.
Here we go.
Just a bunch of bakas.
This is a baka. And yeah, okay, this part isn't very defined at all. It's very like one and done. Like they didn't really want to bother with it.
That's fair.
I understand. Like a thick one in here. Okay, there we go. Longer. I don't really personally like to add too many, but we're gonna like the eye shape too. It's kind of complicated. Well, not too complicated, you know. One side is a lot more curved than the other. It's very big too. Trying to capture the shoulder vibe. All right, they had the very straight right here. No defined people, so it's just gonna be this shape, which I think is really cool actually. I'm gonna take a lighter color, gonna go like this, and inside, right here, and then also take the eraser and just go like. Again, their highlights are not very big at all, very small. I also noticed that they did a thing where they went like this with like a backlight, sort of like right here.
A backlight?
Well, not necessarily a backlight. It's like the reflection of a room or like a light of some sort, and it comes off purplish.
Like
in
ambient?
Ours. Ambient light, something like that. Yeah. It's there's like the highlight from like a light source, and then there's like the ambient light reflecting the room because our eyes are reflective. In anime style, this is way more stylized, and it doesn't really have to change depending on what room we're in. So in anime, this is kind of like thrown out of the window, like all logic reason with like the ambient light and the reflective light in our eyes thrown out the window, so you don't have to pay too much attention to that. But this is essentially reflecting the room, and this is reflecting any like bright light source, you know what I mean? But you don't really have to follow that. It's essentially just what makes the eye look good. Sometimes it depends on the situation, but that's only in more moodier drawings and not like just stylized drawings like this.
I love moody girls. It's okay.
So true. And then they have the inside. They also have like the like this here. Now I think it's pretty similar, even though I'm not very good at this style. What I probably would have done is made this a little thicker and moved up a little bit. Alright, and okay, and now applying this to my style, I again probably would have added like eyelashes here. I probably would have made this a little pointier. Oh, not that pointy, not like that, but like pointy like this. Yeah, and then I probably would have brought this up here a little bit. I personally, yeah, I just would have made this more defined. Doesn't matter either way, honestly. But yeah, I probably would have paid more attention to this too, though. And yeah, we got our eye style. I think it looks pretty decently similar. Obviously, not the exact same.
Yeah. Well, we're not trying to go for the exact same, right?
Yeah, we're not trying to go for the exact same. We study what makes the components of their style and then adjust it how we like it. Ooh, that is a lot. Yeah, their eyes are very wide, very big.
Yeah.
Yes. We got a more happy person right here. Okay, yes. So that's the fundamentals of studying what makes a style. I can go ahead and I can point other things out here to you, but I don't think I'll do another like personal like drawing study. Again, they use a lot of one color for their shading. They don't use lots of colors. What I see here is what they're doing, like either color picking and moving it down this way to make this color. Oh, it's probably not gonna be this. They're probably moving it more towards the purple. My phone's kind of blocking it. Give me a second. All right, they're probably moving it down towards this way, or
so they'll like color pick and then move the color wheel to like, you want to say like, you said downwards on the color wheel, or
downwards.
like you talking to?
Yeah. Okay. So what I see they're doing here is from here they're moving the wheel itself down this way, and they're moving the this thing right here to the bottom right. So they'll start from here, but they'll go right here, and you'll get a similar color to what they used.
So it's like cooler colors.
Not necessarily. It looks... Actually, you know what? Yeah, they use a bunch of cool colors, but their style is kind of in like the middle between cool and warm. Like, I wouldn't exactly describe it as warm, but I wouldn't really slap cool onto it either. What I feel like they're doing, I feel like they're using a multiply layer. I feel like they're going up here and using multiply and then coloring on it with a darker color, like a slightly darker color. You probably moved it down here or moved it over here. You know what? They might be using just a normal layer, or hopefully, wait, are they doing this? One second. Okay, no, they're not. Oof, that scared me for a second. No. Yeah, they're probably just moving down the color wheel. Whatever. Honestly, it's just like a whatever looks best to you sort of thing. Pay a lot of attention to the fabric, but they usually use only one color. While some artists might go in and use another darker color to like make the shading darker in some places. This artist doesn't and uses one flat color for the shading, and for where the shadows aren't as hard, they'll blur it a bit, like where like shadows aren't that direct, they'll blur it a bit just to make it look very like softer, and they'll use a bunch of bounce light. Like you can see right here, they use like ambient bounce light. I think it's bouncing off of the background. It doesn't really have to be for any specific reason. A lot of people will use it for the reason. Okay, so take a look at this circle right here. I'm gonna draw a circle for you. I don't think with this pen though. Ooh, okay, no, not this right here. Okay, I'm gonna draw circle. Oh, that's
a nice circle.
Circle. All right, we got a circle. Her name's Sandy. Okay. So above, this is, lots of artists take this bounce light from like the fundamentals of shading a circle. So I'm going to use this color to shade the circle. We're going to go ahead. Let's say the light source is this way. So we want to go like this and follow along the sides of the ball. Well, this part's not really important because this is not what we're really talking about, but I'm gonna just blur this a bit. Where's the blurring? There it is.
So for this one, all you did was you took the color and then you shifted it down on the wheel, and
I
then...
shifted it down on the wheel, and I'll explain a little more of that later. It's kind of hard to describe. You want to use colors that work well together, so you won't just use a darkened version of a color, okay? So like when she uses this pink right here, if she were just to use a darker version of this pink, hold on. If you were just used a darker version of this pink on the value scale, it wouldn't look very good. It would look very bland. It would look very muddy, you know what I mean? So you want to use colors that work well together. Like for pink, it's usually purple. Purple works well with pink, especially like a darker purple. So if I were to shade this, I could use this. This is a bit too bright and saturated for like a shading color, but God knows what you would do. Listen, I would use this color right here. Pink works well with purple, so I would use purple to shade it. A lot of colors use other colors from the color wheel to shade. They don't necessarily use the darkened version of a color, right? So this is a little more purple on the color wheel. It's still kind of pink, but it works well. So it's not even too dark as well. They'll just shift this part. Can you see the color wheel?
You know, I can't. It's so interesting to see, like, having someone explain. It's like, wow, I never would have realized this is literally like a flat color, one shade color, and then either a highlight or like an ambience light. Like, I would have not looked at this and been like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, I did not realize it was so much more. Why do I overcomplicate everything?
It's not complicated at all. That's the thing. A lot of artists, like, they'll look at a style, they'll be like, that's so complicated. But to me, their style looks very, very simple. They probably do sketch. They do like thin line art on it. There's no line weight, no nothing. It's just a thin line art with a slightly textured brush. It doesn't even look textured. It can be just the regular G pen, honestly. Their shading is very hard but soft at the same time, where light is not too direct. Like light
like
is
paint.
Yeah, they slightly shade, like they slightly soften. They soften the okay, so let's say I have a sheet of paper or something like this. Sheet of paper right here, and I'm going to have a tilted surface. So this paper is being held at an angle. Do you know what I mean? Paper is being held at an angle above a desk. Now, the immediate shading would be like this on the desk, because that's how the paper is on the desk, you know? But this part of the paper, the one that is closest to the desk, is more direct. As the paper gets farther and farther from the desk, the shading will not be as prominent. So you will just blend this kind of. This is really like a really bad way to do this. Please don't look at me
No,
too
this
hard.
makes sense. My ADHD brain is zooming and zooming. I understand.
Look, okay, so this is farther away, so the shadow won't be as prominent. It won't keep the shape of the paper because the sun can come through it more, especially since paper's translucent. This step like would not apply. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what they're doing. This fold right here is definitely like blocking the sun harshly, so this is very hard, but as it goes on and as the fold loses its crease, it gets softer because it's no longer blocking the sun entirely, and it just is soft now. As you can see over here, this right here is probably blocking the sun harshly, but as over here it's probably not blocking the sun as harshly, so it kind of just like it's blurring. They're blurring where the sun does not really get shadow, you know? And over here, I was going to talk about the bounce light again. I'm going to set this to multiply. I don't think this is dark enough. Okay, that works. Whatever. Bounce light, it comes from the table. We're going to move this right here. All right. So, ball shadow. Ball shadow. Sorry. I'm very childish.
Oh, I think I'm getting it.
Okay, so you see, ball is on the table.
Wait, you say balls?
Yeah, balls. Yeah, I said balls. So you see, the ball is on a table.
Wow, your ball looks so 3D. Oh my god.
Thanks. Okay, here we go. Balls on table. Balls on the table. Balls on the table. Sorry. I'm way too childish for this. Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm not really doing this correctly.
Balls are very important, okay? I'm here to learn about them, so
we're
that's okay.
here to learn about balls, okay? We're learning about the balls. give me like a second. I'm sorry, I'm a perfectionist. I need this to be perfect. Very good. Okay, anyway. Let's say this ball is on like a table. Because light is hitting the table, light from the table will reflect back onto the ball. So, like, I'm gonna use a screen layer. It's going to look a bit like, I'm gonna use a more purple color. I'm gonna go a bit like this. Hold on 1 second. Actually, give me like 5 seconds.
One Mississippi, two
Okay,
Mississippi.
right, okay, so it's gonna look a bit like this. Bounce light coming back from the... Where was the shadow? Where did I put the shadow? Where'd the shadow go? Oh, there it is. So there's gonna be light in the shadow. Oh, shit. No, never mind. I lied, I'm sorry. Okay, there you go. So there's gonna be light in the shadow.
Lighter.
Yeah. Well, it's not necessarily the darker it gets, the lighter it gets. That's not true. That's not exactly what's happening here. It's not like the darker it gets lighter at some point. That's not what's happening. Light is reflecting back off onto where it's darker and it gets lighter. Oh, well, this doesn't really happen in this case. I'm actually lied. I'm sorry. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. And it more so happens when things are raised on a raised surface. So, yeah, so it would be like this. As you can see, it's a lot more shiny. It's probably reflecting whatever it's raised off of, you know? Because light's hitting that, and light is reflecting back onto the bottom. So while it's getting light from here, so obviously shading's gonna be here, it's also getting light from here, and it's obviously not as vibrant. So you're just gonna see like the ambient light, this like the reflective light, and that's kind of what's happening here. Light is reflecting off of something. I'm going to assume it's the background. So you see, as it gets darker, it gets lighter. And sometimes it can just be a stylistic choice, as like the darkest parts of the shadow get lighter, to make your thing more softer, more like what's it called? What's the word? I don't know. More pastel. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that's what they're doing over here. Also in the hair, you can see they're using a bunch of like reflective light, ambient light. I don't really know what from, but honestly, again, it's a stylistic choice. It can be literally anything.
I guess I have a really hard time understanding like color theory and like why they would choose that as the ambient light, or because I feel like a lot of that stuff, it's like you really need to understand color theory or something, because I feel like to me it's like I wouldn't be able to pick it out.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Mari. I have no understanding of color theory at all. I can ask any artist right now. I can DM any artist right now. Do you understand color theory? And the answer they're probably going to give me, even artists with years of experience, unless they've attended art school, is no. I've never attended art school a day in my life, okay? I've never gone to a school specifically for art. Well, actually, yes, I have, but like I've never been taught color theory there. What makes a color work, what doesn't. I did do research on color theory for you, and I can, even without the research on color theory, I could probably explain why certain colors work with each other. However, most artists do not have an understanding of color theory, just as most musicians don't have an understanding of music theory. So take all of that color theory bullshit and toss it out the window for me, please. Thank you. We're going to start with no knowledge of color theory, and we're going to figure out why certain colors work together. Also, speaking of why certain colors work together, what's the next question? Yep, okay, the next question is about color theory, so just give me 1 second, because my dog walked in, so I'm gonna go close my door.
Doggo. I don't know but dogs. I want to be a good boy. I'm a good boy too. Chat, I can be a good boy too. And he got kisses.
Alright, sorry, he likes to wander in during my stream sometimes.
So who's this good boy?
Huh?
I said, so who's this good boy?
He's my dog. He's an English bulldog.
I can be a good boy too.
You want to... Who's a good boy? Who's a good... I bet most of my chat is like begging for an ounce of affection from me. They're never getting it. They're mean. All of them. All of them are no good. No
Chad
good bullies.
doesn't deserve affection.
Never. Not once. Also, hi, Color Geist and Sakura. Hi, I see you. I'm sorry. I was just so busy explaining that I couldn't really get to you. But I hope that works. I hope you understand that. I hope you understand how to pick apart somebody's style, what makes their style, and apply it to your own. And one thing I wanted to say, let me see. Let me just look at my finishing notes for this. Okay, so yep. Again, try some techniques for what you want to do. Like try some what you see of their techniques. What they do here is they usually use one flat color for shading, and they'll go and use harsh lighting with that, and it looks very nice. They'll use one flat color for shading and ambient lighting to make a really nice looking drawing. So what I would recommend is copying some drawings of theirs, like copying this one for one and seeing how your art differs from theirs and applying what they do to your art. And then again, don't trace. Do your best to not trace. I mean, like, listen, tracing is good when you're starting out learning art. You should never claim trace starts as yours. Once again, but it's good for learning. It's very good for learning anatomy and stuff like that. So everybody was. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm listening.
What?
Get her, Twitter. That's right. You heard it here.
Get it, Twitter. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be flammed for this. I don't know why this is controversial in the art community, but tracing is.
I don't know why it's either. I completely agree with you, honestly.
I get why it's controversial when you post stolen art. Okay, listen. Trace over art, post stolen art. That's bad. You're claiming it as yours. That is another artist's hard work, and you're profiting off of it. No, okay.
Yeah.
But when it comes to learning, tracing is fundamental. I believe, in my opinion, tracing is fundamental.
A lot of artists actually say to do that, as long as like even like the most like famous artists say like they will just keep redrawing it over and over until they understand like it's like in their brain of how shapes work. Like
exactly,
like they will
shape
tell
language
you that all the time.
I started tracing too. When I was younger, I used to trace like the shit out of hands and stuff. Eventually, I learned how to draw decent enough hands that, you know, I know what I'm doing now.
They don't look like AI art.
They don't look like AI art. Oh, no, actually, no, they do. My biggest fear is somebody looking too closely at the hands in my drawing and being like, this is AI art, because I'm shit at drawing hands.
Every artist's nightmare is hands and feet. Although, I will say one thing. I know an artist is good based off of how they draw toes. Like, I will look at feet, like, in a drawing just to see how well done the feet are, because I've noticed that artists who are really good at drawing feet and armpits tend to be amazing artists to commission. I did this for research purposes, of course, to commission artists.
Oh, so you like looking at feet and armpits. Hold on. I actually don't know how to draw feet.
Only anime women feet.
Oh, actually, don't know how to draw feet. I've like never had to do this in my entire life. One second. So I'm like
toes.
It's kind of long, so let's shorten this.
Hey, some people actually have long toes.
Well, I'm not.
Oh no! What did I do to chat? I'm so sorry.
My target.
This is why chat gets no love.
So true. Very true. Very true. Feet.
Literally, that's how you could tell who's the foot person in chat. I just pretend and be like, oh, look at the anime feet on this. And everyone's like, feet.
Yeah, you can
like,
just tell who.
I found the foot lover.
I found the foot lover. Yeah, no, I don't know how to draw feet. We're not doing this today. Listen, I did my best, okay? I've never been in a situation where I have to draw feet. I'd probably use a reference for this.
I'm telling you, though, look at how well detailed an armpit is in a drawing. That's how you know the artist is good. I have one friend who is very into art like that, and she will send me images, be like, look, this artist is amazing, look at how they drew the armpits. And I'm like, oh, I see. I never knew this either until like I heard I talked about art. She's like, yeah, just look at how detailed the armpit is, you can tell.
Sorry, I was
it's like a tree trunk.
Such a extremely true. I've never been in a situation where I had to draw either of these things, but I feel like my time is coming. I I feel like my time's coming in which I would have to do Yoki. Why? Well, I needed to know if I was a good artist, okay? But yeah.
Yoki's very good art.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna remove some of these. I'm just gonna do like a million layer drawing, and then gonna be like, why? Okay, so color theory. Dude, kill me. I'm kidding. Okay, so I have a difficult time with color theory and understanding what colors complement each other when I go to shade, highlight, clothing, skin, and hair. Now, I want to preface this by saying most artists don't give jack shit about color theory, okay? Most artists don't care, alright? I mean, it's more so, it's less color theory and more what colors look good together. Do you know what I mean? They less pay attention to actual color theory and more so what it looks like to the eye. Why you look so sad?
Because I'm smooth brain. I don't know how to color.
It's okay. I don't know how to color either. Which is why I'm gonna be showing you. Okay, now pay attention, class. Pay attention. We're going to be going through color theory and explaining it in as simple terms as I humanly can. Alright, well, we gotta understand what color theory means. And I don't even know the textbook definition, but it's... Hold on, what is the textbook definition? Color theory. Color theory is the collection of rules and guidelines which designers use to communicate with users through appealing color schemes in visual interfaces. Okay, yada yada, X, Y, and Z. Appealing color schemes. That's essentially like the breakdown of it. Using colors to create an appealing color scheme, using color to define mood, using color to communicate things via a drawing, or using colors just to make drawings look good, okay? Okay. If you don't scream when color, then you are doing it wrong. Exactly! Thank you, Duke. If you do not cry and scream and claw at your interface when you are coloring, then you're coloring wrong. That's it.
Oh, I'm good at crying.
If you have a good understanding of color theory, then you're arting wrong. I'm kidding. No, that's not true for every artist. I know some artists that do understand color theory, but I don't. So here we go. Okay, so we're gonna start with basic colors. Primary colors. Red. We got, oh shit, okay, I'm not drawing. Okay, we're gonna go with G pen.
Good old G pen.
Oh shit, this isn't really like a red. Okay, red. We got red, which is, we got primary colors, red, blue. Well, this isn't really that much of a blue, is it? Red, blue, and yellow. These are primary colors. These what you learn in elementary school, okay? Now these are primary colors, okay? Now secondary colors are mixes of primary colors, okay? So yellow and red, they make fucking orange. Yeah, they make orange. Yeah, okay. So yellow, red make orange. Yellow and blue, they make green. So green is a secondary color. And red and blue make wait, it was red and blue? Purple, was it? Yeah, it was purple. Okay. Sorry, don't mind me while I was kind of buffering there. Okay, all right. So we got our primary colors and we got our secondary colors. Okay, so red primary, orange secondary, yellow primary, green secondary, blue primary, purple secondary. Okay, so do you understand? Are you following?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Primary colors. Secondary colors. Okay? Okay. Tertiary colors. Here we go. Now, these are intermediate. Tertiary colors.
Tertiary.
Tertiary. Hold on, let me write it.
Tertiaria.
Tertiary.
T.
There's a T. Tertiary.
It's just been in my eye.
Ah! Okay, now these are mixes. Like these are intermediate colors, especially like essentially mixes of primary and secondary colors. So yellow and orange make amber, and that's a tertiary color. So this is where's okay. tertiary color. Now, yellow and green, they make chartreuse, whatever the fuck that is. So it's
Amber.
like this right here. So this color right here. Now
Right.
these two, green and blue, they make teal. So this is more of a cyan. Honestly. I'm gonna say cyan. They make more of a cyan. It says they make teal, but no, it feels more like cyan. But I guess it's just like if you use the actual color rule. Whatever. We're not doing that. They blue and purple. They make violet. Yeah. At least as much of a violet as possible. And purple and red, they make magenta. Magenta. Yeah, right here. And these, they make vermilion, apparently.
Vermilion.
Okay, so these are tertiary colors. Do you see? Right here? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cause it's 3. It's turd means 3.
What are you talking about? Okay, listen. Yeah, it does mean 3. It's the third. Like, these are just essentially mixes in the color wheel. So listen. You look at my color wheel right here. I'm gonna move to see it so you can see it. Do you see my color wheel right here?
Yeah.
Primary colors: yellow, red, blue. Okay. Now, secondary colors: orange, green, purple. Okay. Now everything in between is a tertiary color.
So there's no quad.
No, there's no quad because tertiary colors are essentially just mixes between primary and secondary colors, which are next to each other on the color wheel. So it's since it all goes in a circle, there's no other possibility for a mix. So you understand what I mean? It's because primary and secondary colors, they're right next to each other. So whatever's in the between them is a tertiary color. All right. So that means like you can't possibly mix a tertiary color because they're already a mix themselves. You know what I mean? Okay, so that's the color wheel. All right, we understand the color wheel. So now we can go on to color palettes. Okay. All right. Okay. So there is a monochromatic color palette. Okay. So we're going to take one hue. All right, we're going to take one hue, and that is going to be red, and we are going to create other elements from different shades and tints of this color, okay? So, for example, another shade of red, another tint of red. Okay, remember, shade goes from here to here, tint goes from here to here.
Whoa.
Okay, shade and tint. Okay. Hue is essentially how it appears. Hue, red. Chroma is how pure it appears, okay? Alright? Pure, it's like tint and shades. Shades is when black is added. Tints is when white is added, okay? That's the chroma. Okay. I'm losing you. I can see that I'm losing you. Alright. So,
Galaxy brain, holy cow, wait. So it's based off of the whites and the blacks?
Yeah, shade and tint is based off the whites and blacks. Okay, so this is the normal shade of red. But I say shade because this is how light red appears. A different shade of red would be this way. A different tint of red would be more towards white. So this is a different tint of red. Different tint, different shade, okay? So this in the middle would be a different tint and shade of red. You see what I mean? Because this is down here. And this is okay. So we're gonna go down. We're gonna give red a little shade, and then we're gonna tint it a little bit. Do you know what I mean, though? Okay, so
yeah,
red
that looks like
down.
poop.
We're gonna the down shade across tint. Okay, so we're gonna move the shade down, and we're gonna move the tint across. And we got a tint and a different tint and shade of red. So that's the chroma. The chroma means how pure it is. So if it has shades or if it has tints. Okay. And the lighting is how pale or saturated this appears. Now, this has nothing to do with tints, but this is a saturated red, and this is a desaturated red. Or something like that. Desaturated would be more like this. You know what I mean? That's the lighting of the how saturated or
it's the
desaturated.
lighting.
Yes. Red. Also red. Desaturated red. Saturated red.
So chroma I almost said Corona. So Corona is how pure, like it's how much color is in the color.
Something like that, because all colors
the
color.
black and the white,
Yeah.
it like clouds it in a way. Oh.
Yeah, how pure it is. Because this is pure red. Now, if we tint it towards white, it's not really going to look red anymore. It looks more pink. But also the shade of the red. It's not very pure in either of these states, but it's, you know, it's other colors. So that's how we that's how we differentiate the colors, all right? So this is a different tint of red. This is a different shade of red. This is also a different shade of red because this is on the side. This is also a different tint of red, too. These are all red. These are all red. This is 2 different shades, 2 different tints. Okay? Okay?
So the darker, what's it called? So wait. So how can you tell if something is just desaturated versus... Because it seems like the desaturation goes over towards the tint side.
Now, it all depends on... the saturation has nothing to do with tints because it mixes tints and shades, but it all depends on how the other parts of the drawings look. Do you know what I mean? If everything seems to be like more desaturated color... Okay, so I'm gonna draw a person here, so I'm going to make everything about the person very desaturated. So skin tone, not very saturated. Their clothing, not very saturated at all. Oh, whoops, this is not what I want to use. Yeah, the clothing is not very saturated at all. And you know, the skin still, they're kind of bald. They have
So
cancer. Okay.
saturation responds to like how the other colors are with each other.
It doesn't necessarily have to be that way, but it can be that way. It's hard to explain. Let me see. Saturation, it can just be how the color is, but if your goal is to make the entire palette desaturated, then this is probably what you would do. Now, this is the desaturated person. Now I'm gonna make this person way more saturated. Like way too saturated probably. Now this is their saturated palette and what's gonna look like. No? Desaturated? Saturated.
It's definitely more like bold.
Yeah, a lot more bold. I didn't really... you can tell that I didn't change any of the colors. It's just way more bright. I didn't change the shading or the value of any of the colors. I just changed the... hold on, let me just double check right here, because maybe I moved it a little bit. Oh, okay. They're kind of different right here, but let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this in a better way. Oh shit.
So,
okay, so
how would you like select this on like the color wheel and stuff?
how would I select this on the color wheel? Okay, so for more saturated colors, you're going to lean towards this side of the color wheel. For more desaturated colors, you're going to lean towards this side of the color wheel. Try to stick in the row. Okay, so this is this. Okay, so let me see. This would be the. I guess. Holy shit! I actually never considered this. I'm kind of a shit teacher, aren't I? Okay. Let's see.
My sensei tries her best, guys. Please subscribe.
I'm trying my best. Okay. How would I go about? Okay, so you got a desaturated color. What you're going to do is you're kind of trying to move the value towards this way. The more you move it here, the more saturated it becomes. The more you move it back, the more desaturated it becomes. How saturated and desaturated it is depends on how much gray is in the color. You know what I mean? Gray right here is like the king of saturation, desaturation. All right, try to stick within this row. We're gonna pick this color. We're going to desaturate it, so we're going to add a lot more gray in it. So you know it's the same color, but it's just way less saturated. As well, let me grab this color. We're gonna desaturate it and we're gonna move it towards the gray. I guess this would be the desaturated version, but it does look still a lot more saturated. So what I would do instead is I would move it to the bottom right. I would move it to the bottom right instead. So it looks a lot more like this. I guess darken it and move it towards the gray. It's more how much gray is in there. If there's no gray in there, then it's not gonna look saturated. You know what I mean?
So it's like the middle part of the cube is like where your, I guess, purest color is gonna be. Okay.
All right. Okay. So now that we've seen that, and now that I've absolutely failed at explaining that, we're going to.
I get it. I actually used the triangle for the color wheel rather than like the square because I remember like an artist friend telling me to use the triangle. It's a lot easier to like tell from the saturations.
Okay. Yeah. Well, in the triangle, the saturation looks like it's more in the middle. Looks like it's more in the middle. Like essentially, saturation is how much gray there is. So you're going to just move it towards the middle. Yeah, it's good. Honestly, either one is good so long as you just know like where to put the colors. It comes better when you train your eye to see how different colors work. Now I'm going to try to color pick certain things. Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to this thing right here. And how I'm going to do this is I'm going to try to choose this exact same color without like color picking. So what I'm gonna do is there seems to be a lot of like blue in here, so I'm gonna kind of go here. There's a little bit of purple there. It looks to be pretty desaturated, so I'm gonna move it down towards here. And I think this is a similar color. Yeah, pretty similar, decently similar. Not the same, obviously not the same, but definitely really, really close. All right.
So why is color picking it bad?
Color picking it isn't bad. That's the thing. But sometimes, depending on the screen, it can change color. So sometimes the color might not be the exact same as the reference because sometimes canvases are different. Sometimes screens are different. Sometimes it's not the same. So what you want to do is you want to trust your eye more than you trust the color pick.
Yeah, computers are evil anyway.
Computers sometimes aren't extremely accurate when it comes to color picking, so a lot of people suggest you do trust your eye more than you trust the computer. But yeah, but the reason that I'm trying to match this color is so I train my eye to like figure out where the shading, what the hue is, where the tint is, where the shading and the lighting is, and it becomes really useful to just use in just general shading because you know what makes up a good like shading color at that point.
How would you calculate your screen to do this?
How'd you calculate your screen? Well, I guess it all depends on the monitor. I guess there's some settings where you can change it, but I really recommend more searching it. I think my monitor's colors are pretty decently accurate when it comes to my phone, but it can depend on A, the monitor, B, the settings you have on your monitor. And I would just recommend going to search it. I'm not a computer person. I teach art. I don't teach computers.
Mario,
yeah, that leans more into the technical aspect of things, and I have no knowledge on that. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, you're totally okay. What's it called? I actually focus more on the technical side.
Oh man, yeah, no, not me. Sorry. Okay.
I love being the troublemaking student.
You are definitely the troublemaking student. You're giving me a heart attack over here. Okay, so back to color theory. We're going to start looking at the palettes. Now, monochromatic palettes would look like anything within this box right here. So we're going to zero in on this box. This would be a monochromatic palette because we're just grabbing any color, like all of these still red. We'd all use these in a drawing. This would be a monochromatic palette. Now let me see if I have an example for this. Monochromatic palette, images. Monochromatic essentially means one color, so you're just using one color to do everything. Now, I don't mean one color on the box, I mean one color on the color wheel, and just using different hues, shades, lightings, chromas, you know, that entire thing. We're just using one color to do everything and changing up the color. Now, you'll see this in some drawings. Let me see, monochromatic palette in a drawing. Oh, okay, I guess this works. Yeah, I'm sorry, let me just file, open, import, there you go, image, Okay, this right here. Beautiful artwork. I think this is a monochromatic color palette, but I guess we'll just check. So we'll start from here. Oh, I don't want to do that. Just 1 second. Okay, here we go. So obviously they're using a more red. Okay, now I'm gonna need you to pay attention to the color wheel. Now, red. This is red. This is also red. This is leaning more towards this. It's still staying in kind of the red zone. Still staying in the red zone. Still staying in the red zone. Still in the red zone, but leaning more towards pink. Now this is kind of going into outside this, so I don't think it's true monochromatic color palette, but this is also a good example of two colors working to bring out each other. So while most of the foreground is in one monochromatic color palette, the artist uses more bluish tones to bring out the background and therefore bring out the foreground. So I will explain that a bit later. This isn't a true monochromatic color palette, so let me go see if I can find one.
I'm just writing down the notes for everything. This is quite interesting.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, this is a lot better. This is definitely.
So it's like you're keeping it pretty much in the same range as like the outer part of the color wheel, but what makes the palette is what's inside of the box area, because you're basically using the tints. You're using like the tints. And
exactly.
Oh gosh, what was the other word?
Tints, chromas, you know, the tints,
chromas,
hues, lighting. You don't really need to remember those words. All you need to do is remember like the positioning, if anything. File, import, image. Wait. Okay, so this one right here, I think it's a beautiful drawing, and I think this is a perfect example of a monochromatic color palette. Now, this is more of a painting, so it might not be exactly true because this isn't digital. This is definitely staying within the same the range. Like if you look at this position right here, no matter where I select, it's staying inside the blue. No matter where I go, it's staying inside the blue, and this is a true monochromatic color palette because all of it is blue. It's just different values and shades and tints of blue. All of it. And it works to create a very, very tied together piece. Everything looks very harmonized. Everything looks really beautiful to the eye. You know what I mean? Okay. Now, knowing what I mean now, we are going to go on to the next color palette. Now here is where things get a little more complicated. Now this is the analogous color palette. Now we're going to use 3 colors located beside one another on the color wheel. Now,
oh god.
Okay. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. So just look at my color wheel, okay? Hold on. Let me bring actually an example of a color wheel, so I don't have to do this. Color wheel. Okay. Perfect. This one.
Anonymous color wheel. Okay.
Anonymous? I said anogalous.
Anogalous.
We don't really need to remember the names too much. Okay, the names aren't important. Okay, but here. So, monochromatic color palette would be one color. Okay, hold on. Yeah, there we go. My notes. Okay, monochromatic color palette. One color. So let's say we were focusing on red, so this would be monochromatic. Okay, monochromatic. Just focusing on this one color on the color wheel and using anything inside of this color wheel that's given to us, like the value, range, hue, that sort of thing. You're on the same page?
Yeah.
Now, anogalous would be using 3 colors that are next to each other. So, for example, this one. Okay, well, I don't know why this is the color now, but this one. Okay. Oh, you're not having a good time. It's kind of freaking out. Give me a second. Oh, better. Okay. This one, and this one. These colors are all next to each other, and these would compose an analogous color palette. So while we have the red still, so this would be the monochromatic. What would create an analogous color palette is using this color too, and this color as well. Now anything inside of the color box, like this also applies, as well as this, this, and this also applies in an analogous color palette. Essentially, it's just using 3 colors that are next to each other. And this I feel is more an example of this drawing. This looks more like an analogous color palette because all of these are kind of next to each other. Now look at the color wheel. So we're going down more to pink territory, and see pink is next to each other. The colors they're using are more hold on. They're using more this, this, and this.
Oh, yeah, that makes
See?
a lot more sense.
They're you're using that, and that. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like their darkest color comes over here, so they're using this color, right? Well, something like that. It's similar. It feel more like, yeah, no, this is kind of the colors they're using, but they're using different hues and different values of it. But they're kind of using an analogous color palette right there. So it's just 3 colors next to each other with different hues, different values. It's very, very, very simple, okay? You shouldn't be lost at this point. Analogous, 3 colors next to each other, okay?
Yeah.
Now, complementary colors. These are easy, okay? You don't have to shit your pants, okay? Don't be afraid. Complementary colors are colors that complement each other. And by complement, I mean colors that are directly across from one another, okay? Directly apart from each other on the color wheel. So these are complementary colors, these are complementary colors, these are complementary colors, and so on and so forth, okay? Now, this color palette is very, very good for bringing out each other, okay? So I think I have an example of a drawing of this. I don't think it's like a true example. I don't think hours of searching, I probably couldn't find a true example. But one example that I do have, and that I think fits decently well, is, I don't know. Does this fit? Kind of not, actually. I don't think so. Actually, I don't think this one fits. Hold on. Just give me a second.
Why is it so hard to find to do just like complimentary stuff?
It's not hard. It's just not a lot of artists use this. That's the thing.
Wait, why?
Lots of artists only go for things that appeal, you know? Oh, I found one. This is, well, it's not a true example, but you know, it's as close as we're going to get. Now, lots of artists don't use this because they're going more for colors that, they're going more for what looks good rather than being correct. Do you know what I mean? Aesthetic input. But they still use color theory without knowing. Tell me, okay, look at this drawing and tell me, okay, listen. It's kind of lewd. I understand. Hi, Miss Laplace. Okay,
it can't be lewd. She doesn't have any boob.
True. Where do your eyes go first? Well, besides the boob.
Her eyes.
Perfect. That's actually yeah. Okay. That was the answer I was looking for. Anyway, darn it. You want to know why? Your eye, because your thing goes to her eyes. It's because her eyes are a complementary color to everything else, quite literally. This might purple. I think it's more orange. For purple, yeah, no, it's more like this. Oh, actually, no, the purple and yellow are complementary colors. This is a complementary color palette. Now, everything else in this drawing is purple. It's sticking within like a purple hue, and everything else but the eyes is the same, is a monochromatic color palette, or at least close enough to, without, with the exception being the skin and such. Because they used a complementary color for the eyes, your focus is immediately brought to the eyes because they complement each other so well that within the monochromatic color palette, this color stands out the most. And I feel like if it was reversed and everything else but the eyes, everything else but the eye, like if the entire color palette was yellow and the eyes were purple, you would also be attracted to the eyes because those two colors complement each other. Do you know what I mean? So they stand out against one another, and this helps to create a focal point, you know? It's it's bringing everything into the eyes. Like when you look at this drawing, your focus is immediately on her eyes because of how much they stand out against the purple background.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
So this is a very, very good example of a complementary color palette. Again, it's not true complementary because there's some colors that are just not complementary at all. Like this is more of a pinkish tint, you know? This is in the red hue. It's not really purple, but everything else is kind of in the purple range pretty much.
I see. You know, Yoki's model's pretty good for complementary stuff too.
I like the colors blue and orange. Blue and orange are actually complementary colors. It's not really true complementary, but I do like blue and orange, and my eyes just stand out against my hair. My bow stands out against my clothes, and you know, it highlights certain things. You know, this is a complementary color palette.
My color palette doesn't stand out at all. I'm very washed. I'm all washed up.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Not everybody has to be complimentary, you know?
I just like I guess from my color palette, I kind of go for a more moody look, which is why my stuff is so kind of washed out and desaturated.
It's okay. It's like really it's dreamy, you know? It gives like the hua hua vibe. Okay, next color palette. Okay, don't cry. Don't cry. It's okay. I'll walk you through it. No,
Okay.
Okay. Don't cry. It's okay. I'll be here for you. Where? There it is. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Now, what's the next one? Alright, I'm looking at my notes again. So we also got split complementary.
I took my jacket off by accident. Whoops.
Oh my god, arms. Oh, awooga. Arms. She's got her arms out. So lewd. No shoulders in my class. It's
Wait,
so
no
distracting.
Shoulders. I still have shoulders on with my jacket on.
Well, at least you're trying. Hide those lewd shoulders right now, young lady.
I can hide one of them.
The shoulders are too lewd for my class. You're small now.
Yoki's sensei voice scares me, guys. I'm scared. She's
no
hot.
shoulders in my class right now. Get your shoulders out of my class.
Yes, mommy. I mean,
eh?
sorry. Yes, 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 sensei.
What are you trying to say here? Mommy, sorry. Sorry.
All right. Next color
Okay,
one.
okay.
Sorry.
Yoki, you're showing shoulders too. No, okay. Listen, I'm a teacher. I get to read the rules. I get to disobey them too. Okay, listen. Double standards. Okay. Now, this is split complementary. Now, this is really easy to understand. Okay. Okay. What are complementary colors? Relay that to me.
They're opposites
Yeah, opposite
of
colors.
the color wheel.
They're opposite of the color wheel. Now, think of split ends in hair. What is the hair doing?
It frays off into two directions, and it's bad for you.
Exactly. It frays off into two directions at the end. So, split complementary is literally just like that. Like, quite literally just like that. It's two colors like this. This is split complementary. Think of split ends, quite literally. It splits off at the end. It's almost opposite, but it's the two colors directly aside this. You know what I mean? I don't really have any good examples for this. I'll try to find some. So it's this color, and this color. These colors are split complementary colors, and you can use these to make a drawing. In different hues, different shades.
Be like the blue and be like.
Can you also
Okay.
Can you show me another example of split complementary?
It would be that red one, the brightest red, and then it would be it would be the yellow and the green.
You're right. This one.
Yeah, the yellow and then the dark forest green, the baby barf
You're right,
green.
because this one doesn't really have a direct color. But also another good example would be yellow, this magenta, and this violet. That's also split complementary. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Just think of a big pee-pee.
So instead of like it being the direct opposite, it's like it's the direct split. It's like
It's
the
direct
two
split
next
opposite.
to each other.
The two next to the direct opposite. The two right next to the direct opposite. Okay, then let me see if I can give an example of a complementary color palette. Color palettes are essentially used to bring focus to a certain part of a drawing. And just used to make the drawing more cohesive, drawing more harmonized. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me bring something up. Split complementary color palette drawing. I spelled every single word wrong. Now, I think this is a good example. It's not really. Oh, this could be a good example. Okay. This one, right here. File, import, image, right here. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. That is a mushroom. Well, that's also split complementary, but this, I feel like I have a better one. Save image as. Oh, this is a WebP, that's why. There you go. File, import, image. Okay, I guess it's not going to let me. Now give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna make this happen.
I can feel my brain getting all winkly with all this knowledge.
Am I
Soak
giving
it
you
up,
knowledge?
chat.
Am I giving good knowledge? Am I giving good knowledge?
Honestly, I have had to go to the bathroom ever since we started the stream, but I am so like
Oh
focused
my
into
god.
this.
Okay.
I'm so focused into this right now. I am big braining this.
Okay, so that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think this is a split complementary color palette, but we gotta, double check. Okay, so we got purple. We got purple mainly. Okay. Alright. Okay.
But like the purple and the green look so good.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we got purple. We got green. Oh, wait, that's not green. Okay, you didn't see that. We got green. We got green in general. Let's see, what's another prominent thing they're showing us? They are showing us this one too. I think this is also can be purple as well. Let's see. Well, we got stuff in the background. I think it's.
They have orange.
They got orange, but I think it's more so of like a. Let's see. Okay, move out of the way. So we got purple. Yeah, obviously we got. It leans more towards this purple, I think. So this. Oh, what like? Yeah. Okay, so it's like red. Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, so this is like a desaturated, like reddish sort of thing that they're trying to do to us. So we got this color. We got this color. We got this color, and we got this color. I think they're trying to do.
But it's like a desaturated of
Yeah,
the
it's
red.
like a desaturated red.
Oh.
It looks a bit more desaturated. All right, I don't think this is a true example, but listen, we'll take what we can get. Also, this one is a direct complementary color, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we got this green. We got green. We got red, and we got orange. What the hell? Where'd you get the orange from? Okay, we got orange. We got green, and we got blue, I suppose. There's a lot of colors here. Okay, I don't think this is just split complementary. I think this is just a bunch of colors. It could be, but
It seems like it's hard to like make it just alpha split complementary.
it's difficult, but it can happen, especially in certain drawings. Again, some colors are used to bring focus to a drawing, so if you were to put all of these colors together, they would pop out one against each other. So it's good for color palettes and drawings in which you want to make something this color, something that color, bring focus to another thing, just highlight something, that sort of thing. I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to do here. Hey, what is your goal? What is the goal?
To be ugly. I think
Okay,
it's an ugly drawing.
Like it could be split complementary, like right here. No, there's 2 colors in between that. Where are you trying to do? I have no clue.
Is this what you consider to be an eyesore?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, it's kind of an eyesore. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like I don't like the colors together. But anyway, you got the gist of split complementary. Now we got triad colors, which I feel like is more what they were going for. Okay, triad colors are essentially colors that are equally distant on the color wheel. You know what I mean?
Try hard colors are
Try hard?
distant. Cause yeah, they're trying so hard to be equally distanced on the color wheel.
It's triad. It's like
I think
3.
that's a
Try
medication,
3.
Yoki.
Just think of a triangle essentially. So it would be this color, and this color, equally distant on the color wheel. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? So 3 colors away, 3 colors away, 3 colors away, equally distant on the color wheel. And also these would the primary colors would be triad colors as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm kind of give me like 5 seconds. Wait. Like there too. Over here would be there. Those are also triad colors.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So like with this color palette, we can make something cute. All these colors pop out against each other. They kind of suck together. But listen, if you're this would probably be good for like a Halloween themed drawing. Colors can pop out against each other. I don't think I can find an example that's not an eyesore for this one. But you get the gist. Every single color, like triad colors, equally spaced essentially. Equally spaced. So by equally spaced, I would mean like 3
I
colors
like your
away from each
brush
other.
that you're using. It's so like fuzzy.
Thank you. I mean, it's not really supposed to be fuzzy. It's more supposed to be textured. Not very good for drawing circles like that, but I could draw circles like this from away. It looks like just very soft. That brush is nice. I like this brush. I actually survive on this brush. If you couldn't tell. But brushes aren't very important. It's just what makes your style. I would recommend not doing many like brush things until you have a good handle on your style, and then I think you can go out and do brushes and experiment with your style a little more. But I would recommend sticking to G pen until like you're all set. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I guess I remember like my next question was about finding your style and stuff.
Yeah, brushes aren't very important at all. Well, we got more color palettes, so let's do those. I'm gonna run through them as quick as possible so we can get to your next questions. Okay. Now this one, there's 2 left. Okay, there's tetradic color palette. Okay, take 4 colors that are 2 sets of complementary pairs. So this is really easy to understand. So give me 2 complementary colors on this color wheel.
Red and green, and blue and orange.
Yeah. You're right. Well, technically this would be tetradic. Yeah, this is actually a tetradic color palette. Yep. These are 2 complementary colors. These are tetradic, but mostly what I was thinking of to make it easier to look at on the eyes are these. This is also a tetradic color palette. 2 sets of complementary colors. So we're just using complementary colors, but 2 of them now. And it's like the Laplas drawing, except 2 of them now. You know?
So it's like if they added like 2 more complementary colors to that drawing.
Exactly.
But where would they put those complementary colors?
It honestly all depends on them. They can make a color palette of 2 colors and then make those complementary colors the highlight of the drawing.
Okay. So it really just comes down to like what you're trying to achieve in the drawing.
Exactly, quite literally. What are you trying to achieve in the drawing? And that depends on what color palette you're using. But again, we don't really use color palettes that much. unless you're trying to do something with a specific color palette and you have a drawing idea that you want in a specific color palette. Otherwise, we don't really use color palettes as all what colors look good together.
But Pinterest says.
No.
Pinterest and DeviantArt
Shut up.
says.
No. Pinterest is good for references. Pinterest isn't good for learning art, okay?
Actually, on DeviantArt, they
No!
say color.
No, not DeviantArt. Anything but DeviantArt. You understand how many furry inflation drawings there is on DeviantArt? Is that really where you want to learn your art?
No.
Exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You don't want to learn your art from places where they draw furry inflation art, do you? Exactly. The suspiciously wealthy furries.
God, they do have so much money. Like, why do they have so much money?
It's really confusing, actually. It's really confusing. I'm actually not really sure why they have so much money. I'm mildly concerned. They're either IT workers or I'm sure that they commit money laundering. I'm positive.
I met a furry once, and I'm pretty sure they might be like some kind of, I don't know, they're in some sketchy business because I asked them, I said, how do you afford this?
Like
And they
a
said, don't ask
200
questions you don't want to know the answers to. I was like, oh, okay.
a $2,000 like dollar fursuit. Like, oh my god. They'll be like, furries, poor, no! They're the complete opposite. We should be bowing down to our furry overlords.
That's why they can afford the VTuber models, because VTuber models
Exactly.
are cheap too.
Exactly. Like, VTuber models are not like cheap, but like 1K is like pocket money to them.
Do you want to know how many very big VTubers are furries? A
Oh
lot
my
of them
God,
are.
so
a
many.
lot of them are.
So many.
And then people are like, oh, are you a furry, Mario? I'm like, no. I almost had to sell my left kidney just to afford this model. Like, excuse me? I don't have money.
Exactly.
I had to rob a... I mean, I
sit.
had to...
Where do they
Buy
get the
your
money
money
from? Yoki's a furry? God, I wish. Man, honestly, like, if being a furry came with the money, I would 100% be a furry.
I would love to be Hassan Piker's new cat, and I would be his furry cat if I could get money.
Honestly, I see it. I see it. I don't even blame you. I don't even
Or
blame you.
Asmongold. Asmongold likes anime women. No, anime cat girls. Oh, I need to have bigger booba though. All right, I will get bigger booba. I will launder money from Asmongold, and then I will get you and me brand new models.
So true. We got it. We got to do it. Okay. Okay. Well, while we're talking about being furries, I think it's best to move on to the next color palette. This is the last one, I believe. Yeah, this is the square color palette. The square color palette should be extremely, like, simple. Just think of a square, essentially. This literally all this like all the things they can offer you. 1 second. Okay, so I'm gonna just draw a square on this. Oh, 1 second. Let me just draw a darker square. This color, this color, this color, this color. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is kind of literally just like the tetradic. This is quite literally like the tetradic, but I guess there's some sort of secret science applied to it. Or otherwise, I may be using the wrong color wheel. It may be more like this. I don't know. Just draw a square on the color wheel and use those colors.
So instead of like complementary, it's literally just a square?
It's just square, yeah. Quite literally. Just a square.
Okay.
It's literally called the square color palette.
So what kind of like drawings would you
I have no clue, actually. I can see what sort of drawings would be drawn using these, because these colors, they work well with each other. That would make a pretty interesting color palette. I think most of these color palettes can be used for character design and cohesive character design. A big thing about character design is what sort of colors you want to use. And if the colors aren't cohesive, like let's say you got red hair like this, and then you got like this body, like these colors, oh god, yuck. Like this is the hair, this is the body. If those don't look good together, they don't.
Reminds me of like the old Sonic the Hedgehog OCs people would make, or like
oh god,
Neopets.
Neopets. Now this looks a lot better together. Yeah. Like this would make a decent character design. Maybe not this like saturated hair, but you know what I mean. It's mostly for picking out the colors to your drawing rather than making a drawing that has a purpose. Do you know what I mean? Like making it have a purpose. Do you know what I mean?
So there's like purpose and then cohesiveness.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yes. There's purpose, and there's like just making it pleasing to look at.
So everybody on Twitter usually likes to make art that's pleasing to look at because making art with a purpose doesn't sell money. I understand.
No. I think you've gone off the rails on one part. Okay. Making art that has a purpose is just really complicated. Like, it's too technical. Like what we're doing right now, it's very, very technical. The only way this would happen is if you sat down and was like, okay, I'm gonna make this thing because of this, and I'm gonna make this thing because of this. It shouldn't be because of, it should be more so that it's because it looks good rather than it's because this will draw all attention to this part of the drawing. And that's a lot of people don't do that because it's just too technical. And while we want like people to be focused on a certain part of the drawing, there's better ways to achieve that rather than like the technicality of all of this. So that's why a lot of artists don't necessarily use color theory, because it's so complicated and convoluted to something that should be very, very simple. This color looks good with this color. This color looks good with this color. This color does not look good with this color. This color does not look good with this color. These are just some essentially color palettes that you can use when it comes to color theory. It's good to start off on color theory because they get you your foot in the door when it comes to what colors look good together. But I recommend dropping it along the way because it's really time consuming, stressful, and it takes way too much time to think of. Listen, just literally go monkey brain. This color looks nice with this color. That's it.
It's so hard sometimes because I'll look like an art piece and they'll have like a filter on it and stuff, and I'm like, how do they have this color? It's like all filtered in gradients, and it's so like hard to understand.
Gradient, that's a story for a gradient map, but it's just not on the question list, so maybe next time.
next class.
Next class. Okay. So, what's the next one? How long have we been going? Ooh, it's been 2 hours. Wow. Okay, well, listen, we got more questions to answer. So, here we go. Let's see. I'm actually having a lot more fun with this than I thought I would. I thought it would be just a blubbering mess. But here we go. Okay, next one. Why are eyes so difficult to draw? Not necessarily the anatomy, but finding your style and aesthetic when it comes to drawing the eyes. I especially struggle with understanding how to detail the eye. Like, do I use add, overlay, multiply layers? Okay, this kind of goes hand in hand with the question when it comes to finding your style. It's very, very, very simple to do that. And it's not necessarily as complex as you think it might be. Like, add multiply layers, they're not necessarily like things that you must do. They're like tools to find better colors for you. Where is this thing right here? And why can't I shut it off? Where is this layer?
Cursor. Yeah, that tickles.
There it is. Let me just poke you with this.
I was like, that cursor tickles.
Just poking you with the cursor. Hold on. Just poking you.
It's okay.
I'm poking you right now. Hold on, 1 second.
Yoki pokey. Streaky. What does streaky mean? Oh, you want me to take off my clothes? I got you. All right.
Wait. That's not what that means at all.
Stinky! I just know because I didn't shower for like 3 weeks. Like, I'm suddenly stinky. Okay, I am pretty clean. I don't have to wash what's not dirty. Oh, wait, I think you're pointing this at... Wait, who's the guy that's next to me again? Duke.
No, this is definitely you. Okay,
no. What do you mean? This is totally pointed at Duke.
You can't just move out of the way. You can't just move out of the way. Hold on. Better?
No. I know. I can't believe she would do this.
I can't believe she doesn't shower.
I
Start
don't have.
showering.
Listen. I don't have to clean what's not dirty. I never smell, so I just.
So nasty. I guess it's supposedly the anime girl fate. Okay. Anyway, we're on to our next topic: how to draw eyes. All right, this is extremely simple. This goes hand in hand with your earlier question on how to apply style. So what you want to do is you want to break down what makes their eyes. And I think that the best way to do this is to hold on. Go back to the earlier art pieces. Right here. Oh wait, right here. There we go. Okay, so right here, we're gonna use this eye as an example right here because I'm kind of proud of it. Listen. So
It's a good eye.
we're gonna erase all of this stuff right here. We're gonna. So how to find your eye style again? What you want to do is break down what makes the eye. All right, but we're not going to break down what makes the eye on the outside. We're gonna break down what makes the eye on the inside. All right. So again, a lot of their stuff is very raised. Okay, it's real. The middle is kind of blank. The middle is one solid color. They have a highlight down here. It seems to all be like very solid shading. They have an outline over some of the shading. A lot of the shading has different colors in it. And what we're going to do is we're going to just try to replicate what their eye shading looks like by color picking. Okay, so they have one base color right here. Okay, I'm just gonna give you a step-by-step eye tutorial. They have one base color down here. They lay one base color. Very, very easy. Very simple. Now, I'm going to use a clipping layer. And I'm going to take this color right here. I'm going to jump from the lightest to the darkest. It essentially just depends on what you want to do. Okay? They have the people right there. And they have the... yeah. A lot of it very raised. We're going to try to keep the middle as clear as possible because they don't really draw on the middle of the eye, apparently. Okay, now that that's worked, I'm going to make a clipping layer, but I'm going to make a clipping layer under this one. It seems that they use a little bit of shading right here. They go like whoop, like that. Whoop.
Okay.
Right? Easy, simple. It's very, very subtle detail, but I guess it's just to mark that like this has a little layer of depth. You know what I mean? Okay, so over this. Oh, okay, where am I going? All right. Okay, so they do a little bit of lightening the sides of this thing right here. Do you know what I mean? Like they'll go like this, make the sides a lot lighter. Okay, I guess.
How are you? Are you still with like a color? Are you like erasing it or?
Nope, I'm not erasing it. This is just a color. I'm color picking from their palette right here. All right. This is all colors. No, I'm not erasing anything. So, they also have a bit of a lightness in the middle, right here. Okay. And it seems that they do a little bit of lightness of this color. You see this really obscure pink right here? Right here. Don't know why they do that, but again, it's color variation, so I like it how it makes everything else pop. Like, it's very subtle detail, but it brings a little bit of warmth to the eye. Now, they also have a bit of, like, an outline. You see this dark outline right here? They have a bit of an outline around the shading. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna copy that outline.
So it's, like, all subtle things that just all come together into one big blob.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that harsh outline around the eye. But they don't really make it reach the end. They only do it where they're shading. So again, it plays into the like the line weight sort of thing. So now you see that harsh shading right there? Looks similar, don't you think? Okay, now we're going to take this one light blob right there. They slap it at the bottom.
Nice. Slap it.
Slap it, just like that. Now there's several things I can do once again. Now, time for my favorite part personally, the highlights. The highlights. Okay, so they have one bright highlight right here. Let me move this above the line art actually. Okay, right there. They have one highlight that's kind of blocky. Do you know what I mean? It's like kind of square. It looks like this.
Yeah. He's a
And
block.
they have two highlights right here to the sides. And they have one highlight that's down there. Well, I feel like this could be a lot smaller, actually. Huh, like this. Do you think the eye looks pretty similar?
Yeah, it does actually.
Wow!
Wow.
It's
Focus Yoki's is so like awesome. Like it's magic.
You see, I'm really not doing much but examining why their eye looks like that and just copying it step by step. Once you break it down into steps, how you break it down into steps is you start from what looks like the bottommost layer and work your way up. So it would be this first, this second, this thing third, this thing this thing right here fourth, and then the highlights at the very end. Now, one more thing you can do is you can pay attention to how they do the eye, like this part of the eye. Well, I wasn't really paying attention to it. I was more so looking at the but they have this color right here. Also right here too. They have this color in the middle. They also have a very, very light color. This pink right here. And they also have like a white. The white lines up with where the highlight is, so it's kind of like focusing the shine to one specific part. So they have the highlight right there. They also bring like towards the middle, the light reddish. I'm not exactly sure why anime artists do this, but it looks nice, so I'm not complaining.
When I was reading it, because I was reading like some Japanese tutorials, the idea behind it is like it's because that part of the eye is really close to the skin, like the inner corneas of your eyes. It's like meant because the
it's
eye
reddish
line
color
is very
because
thin.
Exactly, because this is dark. So now that it's like towards the pinkish part of the skin, it's going to look more pinkish.
Yeah.
Especially since it's like gonna be thinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, like that's kind of what they do now. Looks pretty similar. I think so.
It does.
No.
Let's go.
Do you understand what I meant by breaking down the eye?
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot more sense. And I feel like so all of that can be pretty much applied to like the hair, the clothing, the skin.
Now, I'm going to break it down a little more because while you might color pick from their drawings, essentially you're going to find a drawing where you can't essentially color pick. And you're going to be like, how did they get those colors? Now, what I'm seeing over here is, I'm not seeing that, sorry. I just like moved and my back hurt. I have the posture of a wheel, so just give me like 5 seconds. God, this hurts.
There is definitely one drawing where I could see how it's really difficult to color pick. It's actually one of let's see here. Let me see. I can.
Well, any drawing can be technically color picked, but if you're going to try drawing this on your own and applying it to your own style, you're gonna have to ask how they got these colors. So what I'm seeing over here, one base color, right? They're going to choose a slightly darker color. This is literally just a color. This is the same color on the color wheel, just a darker variation. They're just literally picking a darker color. Now, they're going to go even darker when it comes to here, but they moved more towards this side of the color wheel. All right, they moved more towards from here to here. So they moved more towards purple. What they're going, I guess they moved more towards a more saturated color. I don't know, sorry, desaturated color. And anyway, purple pops out against blue. Blue is good for purple. Blue and purple go very well together. So they probably wanted to make the shading of the eye pop. So they moved more towards purple. They could have moved up here too, but obviously they want it to be darker, so they're going to move towards the darker color. So they moved towards that color. Now they wanted the the insides of here to also be bright. They don't want it to be darker, so they just moved up the purple. Like, they're literally the same purple, it's just moved up. It's moved up a little bit, so they just moved up to shade the insides of, in this inside of the part. Are you still following? Are you following me?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's like different like saturations for the colors.
It's just different hues and color. It's two different color palettes of the same colors. You know?
Okay.
So the background's blue. This top part is all purple, but just different, like different saturation tint, you know, chroma of the purple. You know? Now this, they probably just used a tetriatic thing to, like, the tetriatic what's it called, color palette to make that pop. So this is more pink, so it's blue, purple, pink. Those colors pop out against each other, very good. And they used a dark pink because, you know, we're still kind of in the shading, so they don't want it to be too bright like this sort of pink. It just doesn't, it's not very cohesive, and it's too distracting. So they wanted to use something to reflect the ambient light, you know? This is, remember, the ambient light we were talking about. So they used a color that was close by and also a color that is still cohesive to make a little bit of an ambient light. And now the highlights were obviously going to be bright colors. Now, I assume this was supposed to be white, but a lot of Japanese artists, what they'll do is they'll make a color surrounding the highlight, the white highlight, so that the white highlight pops out more. But you know, listen, this is probably also just like the same genre of pink as this one. Yeah, it's pretty similar actually. Same genre of pink, so they'll just use a bright color on that same like color wheel on the color, like the color palette, and just you know, bright, beautiful. It also seems like they're literally just doing that for quite literally everything, using colors that are most, you know, complement each other. So blue, purple, and pink, and those are tetriatic. That's the tetriatic color wheel. Well, it doesn't, they probably didn't do it intentionally, but those colors do work well together. So once you ingrain in your head that the colors that are next to each other work well together, then you pretty much, you know, you got everything down. Now, let's say another way this works is if I was personally doing it, in this highlight right here, you see how they're moving more towards this way? I would probably do a more over here, more saturated. This actually doesn't work too well. Maybe make it brighter, more like that at the bottom, because this color also works decently well, but we're trying to go for more pastel actually. So yeah, enough colors.
And
that
this isn't using
well.
like any special like layers. This is all just normal layers.
These are all normal layers. No, this is, I haven't used multiply, I haven't used add, I haven't used anything. These are all just normal colors. And these are just all clipped onto the base color layer, except the highlights, because you wanted to draw the highlights over the line art. You understand?
Yeah. It's
also,
interesting
hi Rose,
how...
I saw you.
It's interesting how like when would you choose to use like multiply or overlay and stuff versus, because it seems like here, this is a lot of the art we've looked at so far, it really doesn't seem like they use any special layers. Like a lot of it just kind of seems like normal layers.
It depends on how lazy you are and what you want to achieve.
Wait a minute, what do you mean by lazy?
Okay, so if I'm shading something and I'm okay, I'm really lazy, I don't want to go ahead and pick a color. I'm gonna, you know, or like this color doesn't really look right on the skin, I'm gonna use a multiplier layer, because okay, so essentially what multiply does, I have to actually look it up, I don't remember the textbook definition.
No shot. Multiply layer is a lazy, or I should say, a faster way to achieve the colors. Is that what I hear?
No. The multiply mode multiplies the colors of the blending layer and the base layer, resulting in a, you know, it essentially multiplies the color so that whatever the color you're using and the color underneath it, it mixes it together to make a darker color. So you could use one color over multiple things and it'll mix those colors together and it will create, you know, the darker. So essentially, if I'm I'm eating a cookie right now, so there's kind of crumbs everywhere. That's kind of
It's
nasty.
okay. I just realized I got a cherry limeade at Sonic's, and normally I have to fight them to give me one cherry. They gave me 1, 2, 3. They gave me 5 cherries.
Oh my god, that is like a blessing in disguise. Okay, let's say. Okay, I'm shading the skin. I'm like, man. Okay, so I'm gonna use when I shade skin, I usually take the skin and I move it to the bottom right. So
Really?
yeah. So it's more. I don't want it to be too gray, but I also don't want it to be too saturated because it's supposed to be, you know, shading. It's not supposed to be bright and saturated, unless that's your style, of course. I don't want it to be too saturated, but I don't want it to be gray either. So I'll go right in between that. So this color, I'm like using it for skin. I'm like shading the skin. I'm like, damn. This color looks kind of weird on the skin. I wonder if there's anything I can do to it. And because the multiply layer mixes both this and this, it should give me a more cohesive color when I use the multiply. And it just made it a little redder, honestly. But honestly, it looks a lot better. Normal. This is the normal. It's kind of saturated. It makes this more saturated. Multiply makes it more saturated. And I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna use this, and I'm gonna continue to shade on the multiply layer, okay? I'm too lazy to pick the actual good color, okay?
So what happens if like someone else
like-
is looking at that and then they were trying to like color pick it and stuff? Is it gonna like give them an accurate?
No, it's gonna give them the same color. Okay, so like I'll pick out the color for you. This is the multiplier layer. Oh, whoops. What am I doing? Okay, there we go. This is the same color. It's literally the same color. It's going to pick this out. It's not going to do anything. This is the color. It's the displayed color. It's not like the drawing retains the information that this is multiplied. It's essentially whatever color your computer sees is what it's gonna pick. So even if this is a multiply layer, it will pick this color because it will pick whatever color it looks. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay, so like when it comes to like, so the other layers, is it also blending it into like a certain way? Because it seems like,
Yes.
what's it called? You know, like sometimes when you look at how like pop art, for example, you'll look at like, they'll use a lot of overlay or additive layers, and that stuff is like so bright.
There's a lot of add and screen layers.
And it's like picking the right color for that kind of stuff just seems so complicated.
I would recommend toying around with the settings. That's my, oh my god, I dropped my cookie. 5-second rule.
You're right though.
Listen, it hasn't been 5 seconds, okay? Yeah, just literally toy around with the layer modes. Just choose what works for you. I would study what colors they're using in the first place, and if some blend modes look better than others, I'll use those. Do you know? Sometimes it's impossible to achieve a color normally. Like for add layers, they have a special effect on them where like the edges kind of look hold on, let me show you. Add, if you look over here, okay, I guess don't look over there then. Yeah, you see how the edges of the add layer are a completely different color than the color itself. So while I could pick this color on its own, but it doesn't have that same shine right there. I could pick this color and I could surround it with this color, but again, it's not like the add layer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, why does that happen exactly?
It depends on what the layer mode does. Add does fuck. Okay. Okay.
As someone who likes to mess around with Live 2D, that you could only use multiply and add layers. So if you use overlay or like burn, none of that stuff transfers over. And even like additive and multiply layers, they are different in Clip Studio Paint when I import them into like Live 2D. It is different.
It is definitely different. That's because Clip Studio Paint, Live 2D isn't a drawing software, so it's not really optimized for that. I would recommend taking the add layer and taking the color of the add layer and applying it to whatever you want to make added essentially, because sometimes it's not going to translate properly, and while you will lose like the kind of like rimmed effect of the ad layer, it's much better than having your color look entirely different in Live 2D. But again, I'm not a rigger. I really have not played with Live 2D other than being wowza. My drawing, I can separate it, and it works in Live 2D. I've made Live 2D models before. Obviously not very good ones because I was pretty inexperienced at the time. I have VTuber children out there. I will not say who. I hope they've gotten new models by now.
It's definitely interesting because like I asked this just because like sometimes when I commission an artist, they don't seem to understand like that these layers don't translate well.
Because a lot of artists do not know Live 2D, and they don't know that the rule that Live 2D doesn't really. Sorry, this cookie is really fucking good.
Is it chocolate chip?
It's chocolate chip. It's a chip of white cookies.
Yeah, I love. Oh, this is the soft chewy ones, the crunchy ones.
The soft chewy. Yeah, they don't really understand that. So the best thing to do in that case is instead of using the blend mode, take the color from the blend mode and apply it like a flat color. Like change. Okay, so like essentially, if you're using an overlay, let's say they're using overlay to achieve an effect on jewelry. Like they're like, oh, I like this one, but I use the overlay layer, then it's a better color. I would recommend just taking the color from the overlay layer and just making that the color of the jewelry instead of using the overlay layer.
Oh, okay.
It also eliminates extra layers, you know.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Exactly. So yeah, Live 2D is very convoluted, but it's very good for just like normal drawings in general. Okay. But yeah, studying the eye style. Eventually, you would just micro study a style of eye that you like. Break down why that eye like happens, like what makes that eye. Essentially, what we talked about. What colors do they use to build that eye, and then apply it yourself. I could do another drawing myself, but this would be way too long. So we're going to move on to the next question. Let's see. What did you ask? Please.
Yoroshoki-kun.
Thank you.
Onegaishimasu.
I combined your name with Yoroshiku.
Yoroshiku. Yoroshiku. Yoki. Yoroshi.
Yoroki.
Onegaishimasu. Okay. Sometimes when I download a new brush from CSP's asset store, it isn't exactly set up the way I like it, but I'm nervous to adjust the brush settings because I don't really understand what each setting means, and I don't want to mess up the brush I just downloaded. I think going through the brush settings and explaining what each setting does would be helpful. Now, I cannot stress this enough. This does not matter. And I don't really know how to explain this. But the brush settings, first and foremost, they don't really matter at all. The brush will do what the brush does. And again, I recommend like staying with the G pen until you are extremely comfortable in your style enough to go out and test new brushes. But I will go through these anyway. So first and foremost, you're going to duplicate the brush so that you don't screw up the brush itself. So that eliminates like, oh my god, I fucked up this brush. I don't know how to put it back. Your original brush is still there. It's duplicated. It's all good. You're fine. So I did duplicate the G pen. So this is the third G pen that I've duplicated. So I'll go through that. Hold on. Let me see if I can just show you. The Clip Studio actually explains to you which each thing does. But give me like 5 seconds. Hee. I need to window.
I like the round brush. The round brush is nice.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna set up the. Okay. Hi. So you see this right here? This is the subtool details. Okay. So, I'm gonna make it big. I'm sorry. It's so you can see. So it really lists on the bottom, but I'll explain it in like simple terms anyway. So the brush size, how big, small the brush is. Easy. Ink is essentially changing how the ink works, like the color of the brush, like the inking of the brush, changing the opacity, the blending mode of the brush, like if you want to make the brush specifically add, like every single time you use this brush it will be on an add layer, how much the brush mixes colors, because my current brush, it does mix colors a lot, and the original G pen, it does not mix colors at all. So this is where you edit how much the brush mixes color. Color jitter is how much I like to randomize colors in a brush. If you want, like, just randomize. It's like jitter means randomness, how much randomness, and color jitter means the random color. So every single time you select a color, it will generate a bunch of different colors of a similar or a different color palette depending on how much color jitter you add. Yeah, sorry. My throat's getting sore from talking so much. Brush shape. What the brush looks like. It's very, 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 very simple. If you want the brush to look like a dotted line, you go here, you know, brush to look more air, brush to look more watercolor, brush more bumpy, make it a shape. You can apply a brush shape. I actually never experimented with this, but you know. This also, the subdivisions of this are the brush tip, the spraying effect, the stroke, in the texture, and which does exactly what you probably would think it does. The spraying effect literally just makes it so that it is in particles, rather. It looks like particles, and this is what the brush tip looks like. Direction horizontal or vertical, thickness, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's just what the tip of the brush is going to draw like. So just think of it as like the shape of your stylus. Watercolor, that's just literally just brush shape too. The watercolor edge, it allows you to configure like how to express line edges when using a drawing type tool, like how the edges of the brush interact with the canvas and the colors, because you know watercolor is very bleedy. Watercolor interacts with colors in a different way, so this is just configuring that, like watercolor edge. Erase, it's literally how you erase the tool.
Okay.
Correction, it corrects. This is where, you know what stabilization is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, stabilization, this is literally where you configure that, how much stabilization the brush has, how much, like, you know, post-correction, that means, like, after you draw the line, if it corrects, like, in a certain way, that means, like, you could draw something, like, imagine you draw something that looks like a right angle, like, but it's more curved than anything. You can ask the brush to draw more in a sharp angle. Like, literally, look at the bottom right here. It goes from more like this to like this. It looks more curved, it looks more straight. This is where you would correct, like, the sharp angles of the brush. Make it do sharp angles. Stabilization, you know, that sort of thing. It literally gives you the taper. Taper goes from, like, it tapers off, you know? Enables snapping.
Okay.
Yeah, you see it looks like the check mark. It goes from more V to, like, tapering, like, automatically. Vector magnet, I'm not exactly sure what this does. But listen, I don't think, if you don't know what it does, it's not important.
You know what? That's fair enough.
Starting and ending, this one's a little complicated, but it allows you to set your brush to taper, fade, or do something weird at both ends of each stroke. So you can just essentially how your brush draws at, like, each, like, at each end. And anti-overflow, this one's actually, I've never played with it, but it actually seems really helpful. If you set a reference layer in your drawing, so you can select, you can make a layer, and you can set any layer as a reference layer, where you would usually do your line art and stuff. Your line art would be your reference layer. If you set a layer as a reference layer, you can make it so that your brush will not draw outside the lines of the reference layer. And you can do this by clicking do not cross the lines of the reference layer.
You know, I feel like I should be using this part out of all of this.
I've never used it. I've never used it, but it does seem like it could be very helpful. So, like, I've never seen it in my life. Again, it does not really matter. I still draw the same, but it does seem like it would be really useful, essentially, if you, especially for artists that are more neat. Like I have a very messy style, so artists that are more neat, yeah, artists that you might want a brush that does that. Yeah, exactly. So reference layers are also really useful, especially for like a certain clip studio asset that erases outside of a reference layer. Yeah, it's very useful. It's erase along edge. It's very helpful.
Honestly, that's just why I download brushes from the asset store, because people who have already taken the time to mess with all of this have already made the brush.
Exactly. They take the time. They did it for you, okay? You don't need to be looking at those. They did it for you. All right. Next one. Now this one is a very open-ended question. Is it better to draw in multiple layers for every little thing, or to draw all your line art in one layer, base color in one layer, highlight and shadow in one layer? Now, I'm going to use Duke as a reference to this, because I've seen him draw. I know what his style looked like. Oh, hold on. Let me just take the thing off the screen, the first and foremost. There we go. Good. We did it. No, let me just close this. I don't really need... Ooh, okay, we're not closing that. That is important. We're... Okay, there we go. Anyway, okay, whatever. Anyway, now, I, personally, this is entirely subjective to somebody's style. Like, this question isn't even like, oh, you should do this, you should do that. There is no right answer to this question. I draw a lot of layers. I put everything on one little layer, sometimes even minuscule things. Sometimes I put things on the same layer. I do end up having around 90 layers after I finish a drawing, like around 90-ish. I merge some layers down, but at the end of the day, I do have a lot of layers in my drawing. Somebody will look at my layers and they'll be like, whoa, mama, that's a lot of layers. And it's just because I just don't trust myself. I don't trust myself. I feel like if I draw on the same layer, I will fuck something up and I'll have to erase both of them. But no, I use a lot of layers, and that's completely fine. Duke, however, he'll have like 3 layers max. Like he'll draw on one layer, he'll base color on one layer, shade on another, and then he'll be like, yep, done. And I'll be like, what the hell?
I'm not the only one. That's how I draw. And like, I would watch other art streams, and they do what you do. It's like all these layers, and I was like, man, maybe I put more layers. Or
no,
something. I use like 4 layers.
No, Duke, it does it like he doesn't use a lot of layers because he knows what he's doing. He knows how to work. That's how he does it. And either way is completely fine. Either way is completely up to you. It depends entirely on artist preference. Like, I cannot stress enough how just like it's completely fine no matter what you do. It is
the 1 layer challenge.
The 1 layer challenge, yes. It's not difficult. I could probably try. I could render over it, but it would just be like putting down the base colors would be really difficult. You should try. No. I love 1 layer challenge. You could do it. Mine would probably look like the picture of the blobfish. You know, the picture of the blobfish that was pulled up really fast? Yeah. Yeah, my friend would probably look like that. I can teach you, by the way. I like my layers. Go away. Maybe I should try the 1 layer challenge, though. I think it would actually be a pretty good learning opportunity. Duke is very good teacher. Duke is very efficient teacher. He's taught me so much. You know, my art went from... Okay, hold on. Let me go show you some examples of what my art looked like just earlier in the year. Like in 2022, which really wasn't that long ago. Well, it doesn't feel like that long ago, but it actually has been that long ago. Okay. Scroll. I
thought you were saying girls.
Oh, yeah, no, this is okay. Okay, I'm gonna show you my first drawing I ever posted on my art account. I'm sorry, I'm gonna hurl. Okay, so I did know Duke when I did this drawing. But I'm also trying to find my new drawing. Okay, no, actually, I don't need to do that. Okay. Open. Okay, so this was one of the first drawings I ever posted to my art account. As you can see,
Aww.
it's of Anya from Spike's family.
Anya.
She's cute, but there's so many things wrong with this drawing that I could cry. But with Duke's help, my drawings have started from looks like this to looking like hold on. Oh wait, hold on. What am I doing? I opened the wrong thing, sorry. Here. Looking like this to looking like this.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Obviously, most of it was me experimenting with my style, but Duke did help a lot of it by helping correct me on like anatomy, coloring, what things should look like, things where to add more things, where like how the composition looks. So it's
So what
very,
you're
very,
saying
very,
is
very helpful.
You'll start drawing stuff. Duke will look at it and be like, "This looks like shit. You
Yeah.
need to like make it better." And then you'll be
Essentially.
like, okay.
He's not very subtle at all. He doesn't sugarcoat it at all. Like I'll be like, don't criticize me too hard. I'll be crying. Like he's like, no, your art looks great. But if I were to do it,
Oh, but if I were to do it, then I would do this and this and that. But
Yeah.
don't worry.
yeah, like
Don't
make
worry,
this
your
make this
stuff
bigger,
is
make this
good.
smaller. This like looks too weird. Like this like looks kind of awkward. Like this arm looks kind of weird. I would bring this closer. Like make the perspective like this. He's very, very efficient when he does it, but he doesn't sugarcoat it at all. But yeah, no, he's extremely helpful, and by like his little nitpicks and like tidbits, I've learned like what to look out for in a drawing, and I've like hyper fixated on fixing those parts.
Hey, you managed to teach me something today. I learned what try-hard palettes are, so I
Oh
mean
my God.
that's pretty good.
Is that the only thing you've retained this far?
No, I also learned the Giga Chad palette too. And
Oh, the what palette?
the Giga Chad. The 4 ones. The 401k ones.
401k?
And I learned how to draw an eyeball.
I see my teaching is doing wonders.
No, your teaching really has been though. Like I have like 4 different folders of just all
4?
the notes I wrote.
4?
Yeah.
How did you take so many? You're very good at note taking, apparently.
It's because I write really big on my tablet. So like, what's it called? I have my canvas kind of zoomed out a bit as I'm writing. Because I was always told to not draw too closely, like zoomed in. So I've been trying my best to like draw and like write stuff zoomed out.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Fuck everybody who told you that. Okay, so personally, I am left-handed, which means that I have the ability to use my mouse and my drawing tablet at the same time, which gives me the ability to zoom in and out as I'm drawing, all right? And because of that, I've learned how to hyper-focus on details. Like, while it's good to not be too focused, to zoomed in to make sure your drawing looks cohesive, so long as everything looks good when you zoom out, you can zoom back in and focus on small details to make sure you, like, to fix little mistakes and stuff. So, zooming in and out, it does not matter so long as you are looking at your entire drawing very often.
Oh.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. It's important to learn viewer mentality too, how your viewer perceives your drawing. Like, just like, you might be focusing on this one thing, but your viewer might not notice it at all. Like if you were looking at this drawing for the first time, what would you look at? You know? Focus on spicy parts instead of overdo anything. Yeah, just make big boobs. That's it. Don't overdo it, but like, it's because I have the ability to, I zoom in and out really a lot. And yeah,
On
it's
the
just what.
boobs?
Oh yeah, the boobs. Yeah, very good. But yeah,
See, look, I do have some. No, go back. I do have some. See,
I forget this was
see,
you.
they're right there. Yeah. They're right there. They're right there. They're right there.
Where's my? There.
Hey, wait a minute. I worked hard to afford that push-up bra. Okay.
Here you go.
What do you mean my back is? That's the thing. What do you mean? This is art.
Better.
This is I. You know, I identity theft. This is art thefts.
This is
This is real art theft.
no. This is how I saw the drawing. What are you talking about? This is what you sent to me. This is what you. This is what you sent to me. What are you talking about?
The beautiful anime censorship.
Yeah, what are you talking about? This is exactly what you said to me. I didn't edit this down at all.
I love it.
As flat as a board. Very good. Yeah. I do actually love this art. I kind of forgot this was you actually. I do see the resemblance. Look at the both. You two are cute. So cute. So cute. This is actually very good. Alright, I might skip this person.
Honestly, I got it for a really good price too.
How much was it?
Let's see. I don't get a lot of skebs because, you know,
Yeah.
it has a lot of money most of the times, but it was like around the maybe it might have been like around $90.
Oh, 9,000 yen. Actually, that's really good. What the hell? That's so good.
Actually, no, that was the emotes that I did. This
Oh.
one was.
This looks
Oh,
like on the 12. This definitely looks like it would be could go for like 33,000 yen. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, I definitely did not pay that much. It was because I'm looking at my charges here. I either paid like $60 or like, yeah, I most likely either paid 100 or 60. It's one of these two
10,000
charges I
yen.
can't figure out.
10,000 yen looks about right for this one, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's two charges I have here, and I'm like, I can't figure out which one was which.
But yeah, this is actually a really good price. What the hell? They're undercharging themselves.
This
Seriously.
was a while ago, though. They might have raised their prices since then.
Well, I don't mind. Honestly, this drawing is really good. I would definitely get one in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
If I had the money. Anyway, I wrote the artist at some point. It's gone now. I don't know why. But anyway, okay. So, what were we talking about? I was talking about something, and then my train of thought derailed.
It was about the multiple layers, and
yeah.
that was pretty much it.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Mari?
Oh wait,
Mari? Mari?
I'm back.
Oh.
Sorry, I accidentally went to the back rooms real quick. That was wait.
You just
I'm
vanished.
I'm back from the back rooms.
Where did you go? You just no clipped out of reality?
Don't I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Level 39, man. It's
Mildly concerned.
I'm okay. I'm here though. I'm back.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I can take off my jacket too. I kind of forgot about that. I don't really want to though.
Oh,
I don't really want to because this is an acid and it's gonna look really weird, especially since I don't have the hand anymore. So I'm gonna keep my jacket on. Thank you very much. Just now I can. Okay.
I will imagine.
Just imagine for me. Thank you. Okay. What's the next question? Give me a second. Give me like more than 1 second. Where's my notes? Okay. Who? Do you have any time-saving tips, time-saving methods when drawing, such as making a more efficient fill bucket tool or a better selection tool? Now, personally, I'm going to be completely one-on-one with you. I'm going to be no. Like actually, we
You've
gotta.
been so like honest with me. I feel like I feel like we're so one-on-one. Like we're like on top of each other at this point.
Like I'm gonna like actually like I'm gonna be like completely one-on-one with you right now. All right.
Yeah.
I personally, in order to save as much time as possible, I would ditch line art. Reject line art. Just throw it out the window and go like burn it to the ground. Okay. No more line art. No more line art. Okay. Just go.
Yeah.
Stop. Just stop. Resort to painting. Turn to painting. Line art bad. Okay. Well, listen. Also, it just depends. It depends on. It depends on what your style looks like.
That exactly, like line. So you're talking about like you just start drawing the shapes and not focusing on line art?
Okay, so here's what I mean. my drawing process rejects line art entirely. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so how I draw, fuck, 1 second. I'm trying to go back to the Clip Studio, but I forgot where it was. Okay, there we go. Right here. So I will start from a sketch. Hold on. Import, open. Oh wait, no. I'll start from a sketch like this. And this is what my sketches look like. They are literally just sketches. You see how rough it looks everywhere, and I will just put flat color under it, and I will put an add layer over it to do the highlights, like the lighting. And with that, I will just immediately go on. I will do the base shading under it, and then I will go immediately into the rendering process. And then after I render, it looks like this. This is just the add layer with no shading, but I would put like a bunch of shading. I would just do the hair shading, the skin shading, nothing too like exciting. And then on the render layer here, it takes me little to no time. Hold on.
So like rendering is when you're doing all the colors and stuff and.
Hold on. I'll show you. Yeah, render is. I'll show you. Just give me a second. I am going to... Wait, pause. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me just change this to... There we go. Okay. Oh, this is big. Alright, okay, so let me... You see this? You see this right here? Okay, so let me just show you my drawing process. We'll start from here. Just go immediately into like drawing, and then I put down the flat colors in the add layer, so that the ending oh, no, okay, we're going back. The ending sketch looks something like this, as like you've seen with the other one, right? Now I'll go a little, then I'll do a little shading under it. Mind you, this is still the sketch. I've done like shading under this, so the finished sketch something before I start doing like the rendering looks something like this. Like while it's shaded, it's still extremely messy. So, and from here is more of the rendering part where I will fix up any like problems with the face. You see me going over, and I'm just like essentially straightening everything out, making everything look good, you know, that sort of thing. Obviously I'm not done. This is a completely unfinished drawing. Actually, this is unfinished. You see there's still lots of sketchy things that's going on over here that once the rendering process is finished, once the rendering process is finished, all of those will be gone. And you see how I just disregarded line art entirely, right?
Yeah.
this drawing, I started this drawing, I'm gonna say 4-ish days ago. 4-ish.
You know, this is like way opposite what I feel like I focus so much on line art. I focus so much on it.
Okay, listen, it depends on what your style looks like. Okay, listen. This is completely personal, all right? Me as Yoki, I would say disregard line art. But if line art is in your style, line art is something you're comfortable with, line art isn't something that you dread having to do, then go ahead. If your line art's your favorite part, line art's a part of your style, line art is a part of your being, by all means, do it. But this around the time, this was when I was doing line art, I was not happy. Line art was the most stressful process in the world. It just did not look good to me. I just hated it. I was trying to find a brush for like line art, and nothing was working, and it was just like the worst part in the world to me. So I was at some point I was like, you know what, fuck this, painting time. And painting, I built my style on painting, and it just became so much better. Do you it's not like dropping line art equals better art. It more so like, if you hate line art is probably not for you.
I mean, I was just asking for like time saving stuff, so it seems like like line art is super time consuming, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, okay, but yeah, no, that's just a personal thing. I'm not gonna answer the question now. I'm gonna answer the question. Actually, I have an actual answer for this question, or at least an answer-ish. Whew. Okay, so in this question, you were more so asking for tools for this sort of thing, right? Like you wanted more tools, more technical things. However, those tools mean jack if you don't know how to draw fast. And what I mean by that is so some points that I made over here is to study anatomy in order to lessen the amount of sketches you have to do, because I see lots of artists going 1, 2, 3, even 4 sketches at some point, many sketches, and that does take a lot of time. You don't have the time to be doing more than 1 sketch, honestly, if you want to draw very fast. And like if you want to take time on your drawings, by all means, but if you like hate staring at one drawing for more than a week, then I recommend lessening as like how many sketches you do. By studying anatomy, knowing what goes where, learning how to utilize the tools around you. Like as you can see, I didn't do any sketches under this one. I just kind of just started. I started with I started with a dream. I started with a femboy and a dream. Okay, I started, and that was kind of it. I just drew. I had references on me, of course, so it wasn't too bad. I didn't really trace anything. I was just kind of referencing from what it looked like, the photos, and it helped me like build, the anatomy of stuff, that sort of thing. But the less sketches you do, the less time it takes. So I would recommend to study anatomy and composition in order to lessen the amount of sketches you do, because sketches take a lot of time. My recommendation is like timed figure drawing. Okay, so there was a artist on YouTube called Naoki Saito who's a very prominent art figure. His channel got deleted, unfortunately, so he made a backup channel, but his channel does not have any of his videos or his VOD archives anymore. But he used to do this thing. I know, he had like over 1 million subscribers too, because he was just so good at teaching art, and that's who I would recommend to learn art from, essentially. Like if you have the time, literally go up, look Naoki Saito on YouTube, and he is just so good. He's a JP artist, but he has like English subtitles, and he does it for every video, and it's so good. His art range, like his content ranges mostly on like art correction, people will submit art to him, and he'll be like, okay, this art is amazing.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Wait, his channel got deleted?
His channel got deleted like a month ago or so, and he had to make a backup channel.
I used to watch his. Yeah, he used to. I know you're talking about where people would submit his art, and he would like correct and like explain like why.
Exactly. He's so good.
Channel got deleted.
It got deleted.
What?
Yeah, YouTube somehow took it down, and he had over 1 million subscribers. Nobody knew what happened, but he made a backup channel, and he's posting videos there.
Cry.
It made me so upset because his VODs were so useful. He did this thing where he would pose, and he would give a 30-second timer to the viewer, and it was essentially a really good, like a timed figure study. So he would put up a picture of himself posing, and the goal was to draw that figure as fast as possible within the time limit. Like he would go from 30 seconds to 1 minute to 5 minutes to like 10 minutes, like that sort of thing, with more and more complex poses. And this was to give you a general like idea of how anatomy works, how perspective works, and also help you draw figures as fast as possible, and like be a little more resourceful with how you draw. And those timed figure drawings were so good, because the thing is, you can't really focus on guidelines. Guidelines won't help you anymore. The more guidelines you make, the more time you take. So you're just kind of drawing everything from how it looks to you, and it gives you like an idea of how this will work, how that will work, how this will work. Like, oh, this is further away from the camera, so this will be small. Perspective, essentially. Very good. I want to see if there's more out there, but those are extremely useful for like helping you draw faster, like drawing figures as fast as possible. All right, no guidelines, no nothing. Just what I would do is I would pull up a figure of a model, and set a timer for like 1 minute, 5 minutes. It decreases as you go on, honestly. Set a timer for 5 minutes and try to draw that pose within 5 minutes. Like, you don't have to go into the details. You don't have to draw the eyes. You don't have to draw the hair. You don't have to draw anything like that. Just try to get the pose down. All right, just try to get the feeling of the drawing too. And then as time goes on, shorten the time once you get comfortable. Like, once you can finish the figure before the timer ends, try shortening the timer. from 5 minutes to 2 minutes to 1 minute to 30 seconds, that sort of thing. And eventually you will learn how to draw a figure very, very fast. And you will also, you know, get faster at drawing. Eventually you won't need a sketch because you know how to draw the figure, and that will be your sketch. Depending on how you draw, you might want to line art over that sketch. Who knows? I wouldn't. But those are extremely, extremely helpful, and very good for studying. The faster you lay down the sketch, the more convenient it will be. Essentially, you got the thing is, lots of artists spend too much time thinking of like, oh, does this look good? The thing is, you want to get your idea onto paper as fast as humanly possible. Okay.
That's what I do with like video editing, honestly.
You just want like the rough draft. It doesn't matter if it looks like shit. It doesn't matter, okay? You just want to get your idea down onto paper as fast as possible. And the faster you do it, the more convenient it'll be, and the faster you can get to coloring and the rendering process, that sort of thing. Now, a little more on the technical side, a gradient map will definitely help you a lot. Hold on, let me just remove the rendering layer. Okay, so yeah, this. Okay, so this is without the gradient map. With the gradient map, it makes the colors look a lot better. So this was what it looked like before I slapped everything down.
Let me sit down. Where's the gradient?
Okay, so this is these two layers. This is gradient map. This is what the gradient map looks like. This is what the tone curve looks like. These two make the colors look more vibrant, more popping, more everything. And it just like if you like, I'm looking at my colors and like this color, this drawing is nice and soft, but I feel like something's missing. I feel like this could be better. Bam, gradient map. Bam, tone curve. Incredible, beautiful. So I would recommend you learn mostly the gradient map. You don't really need to look at the tone curve just yet. I mean, like, just play around with the tone curve, honestly. It looks complicated, but it's really not that bad. I don't really rely on tone curve as much because sometimes it just works against me for some reason, but some artists, like, heavily rely on tone curve, do funky and cool stuff with the colors, essentially making more colors that weren't there before, you know, making colors that weren't there originally, and that give the drawing a little more color, a little more vibrant, a little more pop.
Okay, makes sense.
And drawing a gradient map essentially harmonizes all the colors. What a gradient map does is that it takes the values of a drawing and it assigns those values to a specific color. The darker, okay, so let's say, this is hard to explain. I made a gradient map tutorial. Essentially, if you have a color that equals to black, if you assign the black color on a gradient map to a dark red, every single time black appears on the canvas, it will change to a dark red. If you have white on the canvas, if you have like a lighter color, like not quite white, but like a light gray sort of value, and what I mean by value is how light or dark the color is. If you have like a lighter gray sort of value on your drawing and you assign that to a pinkish color, every single time that light value pops up, it will change to more of a pinkish color. Now that works. Like
it like balances it out basically.
Yeah, let me show you something. Okay, so overlay,
I'll go down.
Okay, so yeah, so every single time it's dark, it assigns it to a dark red. Every single time it's like this sort of like value, it assigns to a lighter red, and it progressively gets lighter. It's all one color palette. It's still all red. You know what I mean?
And that's why it has aesthetics.
Yeah, and that's why it's so like harmonized. Do you know you see what I mean? It's all red tints. And I set the blend mode to overlay. What overlay does, it just makes like all the color, it overlays essentially. It's literally what it overlays everything, and everything has a bit of a red tint on it, and it makes everything harmonized and very nice. And gradient maps are great, and I think everybody should use them all the time.
Is the gradient maps what makes it hard to color pick stuff in a drawing, do you think?
No, it's not. It's mostly screens and mostly like where color picking with more realistic references. When like photos are real, it's hard to color pick because every pixel can be a different color. So
Okay.
like when you're looking at a real life photo, it's better to just trust your eye more than trusting the thing, because the pixels can because of how much light is hitting everything, because it's not simplified like an anime art style. You could be selecting what you think is the right skin color, but it could be way too light or way too dark, that sort of thing. So I recommend trusting your eye more than anything. Oh, Fanatic Raid? Hello, there's Raiders? Oh, hello, Raid.
Raiders.
Hi, I didn't even see. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I don't even see who raided me. I was too busy explaining. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I'm so sorry for ignoring you. Thank you so much. Wait, who raided me? Renatic? I'm so grateful. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Why is there 93 people? Hello, Raiders.
We're learning. We want art. We're learning art.
Guys, look, she's teaching me how to draw. I can now draw a stick figure, but in red.
Oh my gosh.
Yoki?
Welcome.
That's what it's called?
I'm fine. I'm sorry. It's just I
You
get
just
really
glitched.
I get really embarrassed when lots of people are staring at me. But hello, students! Welcome, students! We are all learning about art. Thank you for the $50 super chat.
That's gonna go towards our lunch because Yoki Senpai only had cookies today.
I only had cookies today. Thank you for the lunch
Oh, by the
fund.
way, I'm Mari, by the way. I am the dumb student that's learning.
This is Mari, everybody. This is Mari Unit. She is she's the physical embodiment of dreams. She's a cute, stinky cat. But anyway, yes, we are all learning about art. How this is going is essentially, Mari has been asking me questions. Well, not necessarily. Mari had already, before stream, listed a bunch of questions for me to answer, and I'm going through that list she's given me, and I'm answering every single question. So currently, she's asking me about time-saving tools for drawing, and how I answered it is more so, thank you for the super chat. You don't have to, but thank you very much for the super chat, everybody. Thank you very, 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 very much.
They want you. It's the jacket.
It's the jacket. I would love to take off the jacket, but like I have no hand under here. This hand right here is an asset, so if I took it off, it would just look absolutely terrifying. I would 1,000,000% take off the jacket for you, but this is the only thing keeping the eldritch horrors from reaching your eyes. Okay. Okay, but yeah, anyway, the best time-saving tool is just learning how to draw faster, trying to limit how many sketches you do by studying anatomy and studying composition, so that I see a lot of artists doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sketches, and that takes a lot of time, so just limiting how many sketches that you have to do and how many sketches for you to get to the finished product would definitely lessen. Like, it would go from your art taking 2 weeks to just 1 or maybe even a few days, because this art piece, it's not finished yet, but this is day, 3 of me working on it consecutively. Like, it's been 4 days since I started this, but I think it's only been 3 days since I've really been doing this, because I've been pretty busy in the middle of it. And it's already nearly done. I really only have the body to do left in rendering. Rana! Oh my gosh, wait! It was Rana that was rating me! Oh my god! Rana! Hello! How was your stream? I'm very, very happy that you're here. I hope your stream was nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. I hope your stream was good.
Rana.
Hi, Rana. I'm not feeling well. I have to dip, but I hope you have fun. I hope you feel better. Bye-bye. Okay. Alright. I got motion sick, and I threw up because motion sick. Oh my god, you threw up on I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, honestly, it was me. Last time I played Slime Rancher, I nearly vomited on stream. My head was so bad. Please go get water and take a rest, honestly. I understand. I'm not even a motion sick sort of person. I don't get motion sick, but during that Slime Rancher stream, I was having the worst time of my life, so God only knows how you must feel right now. Puke ASMR. There you go. That was for your super chat. Thank you very much. I hope you all stay around. But if you feel like you gotta go, by all means, go ahead and head out. But I will be continuing to teach art. I will teach art for you. So if you want to just sit back and relax, or you want to take notes, or you want to draw along, and you want to draw what you've learned thus far, feel free. We still have more questions I need to answer. I'm okay. I'm gonna tap out, but have a good stream. Bye, Rana. Bye, Rana. Love you.
Bye, Rana.
Hope we talk soon. Bye, bye. Okay. Now, everybody. All of you, be good students and sit down at a desk. Pick a desk, any desk. Don't make too much noise. Don't
Not
talk.
by me. I bite.
Don't pick your nose. Don't pick your noses. Be clean. I cleaned these desks earlier, so please don't get gum on them. Please don't put your feet on the desks. Okay, we're all going to have a nice, and we're gonna have a happy stream, and we're going to do our best. Okay. Interesting. Didn't understand the gradient map. Well, thank you for the lesson. I'm glad it helped. I'm glad it helped. I could definitely do a more in-depth explanation of the gradient map, but that's not what Mari's asking. So we're going to see what else I have. I prepared a bunch of notes because I'm very bad when it comes to answering questions like what's it called? Just randomly, like out of the blue, like on the spot. So I did a bit of research before doing this, so I could answer the questions.
Honestly, these have been helpful. Like they really have been. Like even if you were to do like a gradient, you know, maybe like another time it could be gradient class, like
exactly.
solely on gradients, you know, because this has been really helpful.
I honestly, the gradient map isn't so detailed that I should make an entire video on it. Like I could probably do a video on it, like itself. Like it would be like a 3, 4, 5 minute video. But definitely not an entire stream. There's not much content in gradient maps. They're very simple. Like you'll look at them, they'll be like, they're so complex. How do I do this? Only the pro artists could do this. How do I do this? Somebody teach me. No, it's really not that bad. I promise. Okay. All right. Okay. So another thing that I have on this, another time-saving tool, is to be photo bashing the backgrounds. I photo bash backgrounds. I don't really do backgrounds too often, but when I do like to do a bit of photo bashing. Hold on, I'm trying to pull up a bit of a reference so I can explain more in depth what
I was drinking something. You said you're bashing what?
Bashing? Photo bashing.
Oh, photo bashing.
So,
photo bashing.
Okay, so this drawing, right here. So in the background, I used a stock photo. Like you can literally see, like the.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the watermark right there.
I see them.
I used a photo of office windows, and I took that and I used it to draw the background, which gave it a really nice effect. I didn't have to do it myself, you know.
We like that.
Exactly. I didn't have to really go into detail myself. It saves a bunch of time from having to do it myself manually, and also stressing over like, oh, does it look great? Is it evenly spaced? That sort of thing. Goes from having to do myself to just, you know, definitely not having to do myself. So how I do it is I put in an image, I align it with how the perspective of the building using the transform tool, and then I just put a bunch of blend modes over it just so that it merges with the color of the backgrounds. So it's a shortcut to get to the. It's totally valid. Listen, it is totally valid. It's not cheating if you're using the program functions. Okay, it's not cheating if it's a function of the program. Okay. Okay. No.
But what about the perspective head tool that Clip Studio Paint came out with? That's cheating if you can't draw it from hand.
Nobody cares. You came to look at the art. What's your business?
Twitter cares.
Yeah, Twitter definitely cares. Oh my god. I don't even use the perspective head tool. I haven't used it yet because the last time I used a 3D model on my drawing, my
It's
entire
actually
Clip Studio
really
crashed.
good.
It's really good. I have to
It's
try
really
it sometimes.
good.
I have to try it sometimes. It definitely helps a lot of beginner artists.
Like me.
Yeah, exactly. Like just knowing where to put your faces and stuff, you know, that sort of thing. It's very good. Twitter cares, but since when was Twitter relevant? Extremely true. Extremely true. Twitter was never relevant, so we don't care, okay? But photo bashing backgrounds, using stock photos and stuff like that to in elements of a drawing, you could use a stock photo sky, you can use a stock photo anything, just to limit the amount of time you spend doing and hassling over small details on the background, because small details can take a very, very long time. So the less time you have to do that, the more time you have on making the characters the main focus. The background shouldn't even be the main focus anyway. You shouldn't be focusing too much on that. That takes too much time. All right, we're supposed to be one and doneing this shit. So using photos on the background, very good. All right, listen. You could even use just real life photos, honestly. It doesn't even matter. A lot of like artists that I know that do solely backgrounds, they do photo bashing. And it looks amazing. If you know how to integrate the photos properly into your drawings and make it look seamless, it's completely fine. Obviously, you can still kind of see the watermark on this, but listen.
I feel like photo
you can't see it
bashing
from...
is like a whole nother skill on its own, because like people who don't even draw, like it's just, I'm from a background of like actual like photoshopping and like dodging and burning like cosplay photos for people, so it's like that's like a whole other technical skill with just photo bashing. I applaud people who can do that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm a very beginner at it, so it doesn't look too seamless. Like, once I tell you it's photo bashed, you can be like, oh, but if I didn't tell you, you probably could be like,
I would have never known.
Yeah, unless you look extremely close. So I'm pretty okay. I'm okay at it. Especially since I've been only recently doing backgrounds. So yeah, no, that definitely saves a lot of time that you could be using to do somewhere else. Okay, my main focus was the characters. I wasn't really supposed to be focusing on the background that much. Okay, I didn't get paid enough for the background. Don't tell them I said that, by the way. So yeah, no, photo bashing as quickly as possible.
That makes sense. I mean, hey, the next question I had was about the transform, warp, and perspective tools. So like this is like a good example of that.
Exactly. Okay, the next question. But wait, hold on. Let me just make sure all of my notes went over everything. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Always have reference. Okay. Look me in the eyes.
I need better areas to go to references, because sometimes like I want to like get into a new art style. Like for example, I really want to get into pixel art.
Right.
And it's like it's so hard to find good references on stuff. Even with Pinterest, sometimes Pinterest will just show me the same stuff over and over again.
Yeah, I get it. My Pinterest feed is amazing, but only because I heavily curated it. Before they did like the entire search, they turned this like lots of the parts of the search feature off because people were using the app in like terrible ways. So they had to make sure like the search didn't go anywhere, just so like they could clear out that feed as much as possible. But also, come here. Let's go. Come here. Look me in the eyes.
Okay.
Look me in my beautiful golden eyes. Okay. Well, my eyes are orange. Okay. Now, why are you sniffing me?
Yoki smells good.
Why are you sniffing me?
You have really good shampoo.
Thank you. I actually used a different one. I started using one that makes my hair more shiny. But anyway, yeah. Okay. So look me in my eyes. Okay.
Okay.
Always. Just repeat after me. Always have reference. Very good. Those are the words I want to hear. Okay. Wait, you don't have to. Okay, you can stop repeating after me now. Yeah, references are very, very important when it comes to art. So much so. All pro artists I know have a reference of some kind, unless you know specifically how to draw something like by memory. Most artists you look up to probably use a reference, okay, of some kind. It is not illegal to use a reference. You can use them. It's not cheating, okay? All right.
Only Twitter cares about.
Only
that kind
Twitter
of stuff.
cares about.
Are you kidding me?
No. It's not even that Twitter cares. It's Twitter users that aren't artists. Twitter users
Literally.
that aren't artists. That they're the only ones who care. Like, all artists will back me up here. I could get in a call with every single artist I know and say, "Do you use references?" And all of them would say yes. All of them, every single one. All right. Every artist uses references. Okay. It's not copying. So long as you're not copying the drawing, so long as you're not making it your own, so long as you're using ways to make the drawing unique, and so long as you're not like completely tracing and claiming it as your own. Like, tracing is a good way to start art. I started tracing hands. Okay, listen, I was a hand tracer. I needed to learn how to draw hands, but I traced so much that eventually I learned how to do it on my own, and now I don't trace hands at all. Like, I know how to do hands decently enough now that I know what I'm doing at some point, you know? Okay? So, yeah, now I don't really need to trace, and sometimes I can just even look at a hand reference and just copy it down without having to trace, because I understand the shape anatomy. Like, I understand the shape, like the shape language of the hand, how it's supposed to look, what makes up a hand, and like what it looks like. So sometimes I just need to look at a picture and I'll be able to replicate the hand.
I think doing anything for education for your own stuff is fine. The problem is when you try to monetize.
Yeah, the
that.
problem
That's where
is
it
when you
comes
try to
into.
make it your own. If you try making the drawing, like if you trace a drawing and you try making it your own, that's when the problem happens, because that artist worked hard on their art and they didn't work so hard and have sleepless night and draw at 3 a.m. just for your grubby little hands to take that art and trace over and be like, hey, this is mine, when you spend like 20 minutes max on it, and the artist spent like 3 grueling weeks on that art, and you just was like, hey, this is mine. You are scummy. You're scum. Anyway, but if you use certain references and you trace certain parts in order to better your understanding of anatomy and how the artist does this and how the artist does that, and using that as a way to better your own art and create your own style and create your own uniqueness, then it's completely fine. So long as you don't claim the art as yours. Well, not the art so much so. It's the so much. If you don't claim everything as yours, it's completely fine, man. Listen, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Like you'll trace a hand, and some Twitter user will say, "Oh my God, you traced! You are so bad. You have to credit the art. You suck." No, nobody cares. Nobody cares. So long as you aren't claiming it as your own.
Is from this artist over there. I could tell by the shape.
Nobody cares, okay? As long as you're trying to listen, no other artist will dog on you for trying to learn, okay? You don't be afraid to try to learn just because some Twitter user was yelling at you saying like, this is bad. They probably don't even draw. Okay? In general, my main advice is for this entire stream, don't listen to Twitter. But so another thing I wanted to do was this is kind of contradicting my other statement, but this could also be extremely useful in itself, and that is thumbnail sketches. Thumbnail sketches is when you do multiple sketches in order to find the composition that you want, but thumbnail sketches are different from actual sketches. Thumbnail sketches are more so for finding composition. Hold on, I have a very, very good reference for this. Now, give me like 5 seconds to find it. Thank you. So just like entertain chat while I'm looking for this.
So,
Are you sure? Okay, alright, I got something to entertain. Alright, chat, watch this. Ready?
this is my dog, Mochi. Watch this. Oh, where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Oh, where'd she go? Where'd Mochi go? Oh, there she is. Oh, she's right there. Oh no, where'd she go? What?
Okay, I found it.
Okay.
Come back here. Come back. Come. Okay, so let me just remove these references. Where is it? We used a lot of layers today, huh? There it is. Okay.
You do like your layers, senpai.
Okay. Like onions. Okay, so. Oh wait, I didn't want to export it. I want to import. Import image. So, a very, very good example of what thumbnail sketches look like is from this artist. So, you see, this is their ending drawing. This is what they ended up with. Incredible, beautiful, stunning art. But we're not focusing on their art entirely. We're focusing on what their sketches look like. So it seems like they did a series of 5 sketches in order to get their finished product. They did the first sketch, second sketch, third sketch, fourth sketch. And as you can see, these look extremely rough. They look nothing close to the finished product. They look like they took like 2 minutes max, okay? They look like they were just trying to find the groove. They did a series of 5 sketches, differing in composition, just to find out the composition that they wanted to finish with. And then they used that sketch, they enlarged it, and they went on to the finished product and moved on with their day. Now, thumbnail sketches are extremely good because they help you understand what mood you want out of the drawing, because the drawing's mood is very, very different than like all of the other sketches, because this one seems to communicate the mood the best. Okay, now this one looks more like wonder. These communicate more wonder. This communicates more despair, you know, and that's probably what they were looking for. Also, this one is really cute. I wonder what this one could have been. But yeah, thumbnail sketches are very good if you like are struggling with how do I composite this. Not only that, thumbnail sketches are supposed to be small, so you don't start on a big canvas. You start on a very small canvas and you do something that takes like 2 minutes. You get the idea onto paper as fast as you humanly can, and then once you're like, okay, I like this one, I'm gonna edit this part of this, and you just slap it on and move on with your day. Thumbnail sketches aren't something I usually do, but I am planning to do more in the future because of how helpful they are.
Yeah.
But anyway, those are all the time-saving tricks I have when it comes to drawing. So I went over more earlier, but if you feel free to watch the VOD won't be nuked still.
Help us timestamp the VOD. It's very helpful.
So I shouldn't use my 19,000 by 25,000 canvas?
Actually,
No.
that's the next question.
Yeah, we actually have the next question, and oh, like I actually laughed out loud when I saw this question. I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Okay, before that question, that's the one like afterwards. But like this question right here: how do you use the transform, warp, and perspective tools in your art? Okay, this is very, very simple to explain. So I'm gonna draw somebody. I'm going to draw a stickman. I'm going to draw Henry, the stickman.
I was literally thinking of Henry. Get out of my head.
Okay, so the transform, warp, and perspective tools in art are extremely simple. They're just there to help you edit things that you think don't look good, and they're essentially literally what they say. They are perspective tools. They transform things. They help you. Okay. So let's say I wanted Henry to be looking right. Okay, I wanted Henry to be looking this way. Now, Henry is 2D. Okay, so the 3D aspect of him doesn't matter so long as he's looking this way. Edit, transform. Free transform right here. You can't see it because I'm not showing my entire Clip Studio stream, but that's what I'm kind of clicking right now. Now I'm going to use this and I'm gonna make him face this way. Now he's facing this way. Look at him. I just edited it. Okay, so I just made him face this way. So that's what I would do. Like, let's say this is a girl's skirt and she has bells on her skirt. Okay, this looks like balls. Okay, she has a bag on her skirt. She has a bag on her skirt, and I'm like, okay, this is the girl skirt right here. Okay, you see, I'm doing my best. Okay, listen to me. Now she has.
It's not that. It's just this is the second time you've drawn balls today. The second time you drawn balls.
Okay, so she has a bag on her skirt, and I'm like, wait, this bag doesn't like. It looks like it's facing forward. It doesn't look transformed enough. It doesn't. It looks like it's just hanging off of her, and I don't want it to look like that, you know. So I will do this. I will take this and I will go edit, transform, free transform, or you can do Control-Shift-T. But the thing is, I'm left-handed, so I don't really have that much access to the keyboard.
But
so
why are you using the transform tool instead of like the warp or the perspective tool?
Okay, so that's a bit different. Transform tool, it's essentially just quick and easy way to like transform, move the perspective of your drawing. Now the warp tool. Hold on, give me a second. Transform. Now, skew, perspective. Yeah, there's a perspective tool. Okay, now perspective is a bit different. File, transform. Wait, edit, transform, perspective. Okay. Now this changes everything. Okay, instead of moving the bits one by one, it will change depending on like what you see the perspective. Okay, like it's hard to explain. It moves 2 points at one time. All right, now this is more good. This is better for like big rooms. Okay, this is better for room stuff and backgrounds and stuff like this. But for small things, it obviously looks really weird. Do you know what I mean? Because this is definitely for more environment stuff. That's not for.
Okay.
It's not for that sort of thing. And I don't really understand what you mean by the warp tool, but I do have the liquefy tool, which I feel like does a similar thing. Where
Oh, I might be using a Photoshop term or something.
yeah,
but-
you might be using a Photoshop term, honestly, but this is the liquefy tool, and it just liquefies things. If I feel like I made okay, let's go back to Henry. Henry, where are you? Where are you, buddy? Hi, Henry. Okay, so if I feel like I made Henry too short, make him taller. If I feel like I made his head too round, make it more flat. If I feel like I made his arm too close to his body, like this, maybe
That's
move it
what
out
the
like that.
liquefy tool's for?
If I want his chest to be more puffed out and go like that, yeah, the liquefy tool is essentially just edit whatever layer you're on and just slightly liquefy it. If you use it too much, it can cause like that sort of thing to happen. So it's more for very, very slight adjustments to your anatomy. Like if you think something looks weird, like his legs look too short, lengthen them.
Okay.
Stretch 'em
I
out.
see.
You know? So that's essentially what those tools do. They're essentially just little fixer-uppers. If something looks slightly off to you, that's what you would do to fix them. And that's what the transform tool, essentially moving them around.
Oh, I see what it's called on Clip Studio Paint. I think Clip Studio Paint calls it the distort or
Distort.
skew.
Oh yeah, oh yep. Skew is something that we do have. Well, let me go back to the bag. Edit, transform, skew. Okay.
So I think skew might be kind of similar to the.
It's like it's a more. Yeah, it's very similar to the perspective, except instead of moving 2 points at once, it moves based on a point. Do you know what I mean? Like if you move a single point, everything else moves with it. So like this right here, like for perspective, if you move this back, the 2 points would move closer together because that was what the perspective would look like. But like for skew, you move 1 point and everything else is moving based on where you move that point. For like the transform tool, if you move that point, nothing else moves but that point. You know what I mean?
Oh, that makes so much more sense now. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so for transform, you move a point, that's the only point that moves. For perspective, you move a point, 2 points move. I believe, from what I've been seeing thus far. It's just, it's more for backgrounds and stuff, and for the perspective of rooms, etc., X, Y, and Z. It's more for backgrounds, not for small scale objects like this. For skew, or just like distort, you know, that sort of thing, it moves everything else based on a singular point.
Okay, that makes so much more sense now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's just it's little nifty little tricks to fix things that you think look wrong on your drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just nifty. It's not too big of a deal. It's what I use like if I feel like a hand looks weird or something's placed wrongly or I need to fix the perspective of this specific thing, that sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's not too big of a deal. It's just there. It's again a tool. It's supposed to help you. Yeah, okay, so next question. The one that I laughed out loud at. I tend to draw everything on my canvas way too big, and I always have to shrink everything. Is this common for beginner artists? Now, me and Duke were looking at this question, and we were like, what does this mean? What does this mean?
What do you
Okay.
mean? What does this mean?
All
Like
right.
sometimes I will be drawing and I'll be like, why is the head so much bigger than like the rest of everything? I need to like make everything so much smaller, and then because I run out of room on my canvas because I draw it so
Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, I thought you meant something entirely different. Oh my gosh, this makes so much sense now. Okay, so I'll tell you what we interpreted it as. We thought that you meant you made your canvas way too small, like the aspect ratio, the size, like the pixels, you know, that sort of thing. No, because the thing is, you're like, there's no such thing as a small canvas. Because the thing is, unless it's actually making your computer lag, the bigger the better, because the bigger is the more high quality. The smaller will make your drawings more pixelated. It will make it more more bit crushed. It won't look good. Your brushes will definitely be more pixelated if you draw on a smaller canvas, but on a bigger canvas, the brushes do actually what they're designed to do. So I would recommend using a canvas size of over around 3,000 to 4,000 pixels, something along those lines. If you're in the hundreds, I think it's too small. But if you're in the thousands, you're getting to where you need to be. I've seen artists use 10,000 pixel canvases, though I'm not sure how good those are because I haven't used it. My art is around 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 pixel range. So yeah, those are the canvases you want to use. However, to your the question that the way you actually asked it, not the way I interpreted it, it is very common. I do it all the time, but I've recently started drawing too small. I tend to draw smaller and then I make it bigger as I go on. But it's not too big of a problem, so long as you're aware of how big it is. It doesn't matter where you start at, so long as you just make little adjustments as you keep going. Eventually you'll grow out of that habit. The more you have a better understanding of where you want everything placed on the canvas, it's very, very easy to get that into a habit. But if you try to break the habit, by all means, go ahead. I would recommend trying to draw as small as possible and then making it bigger. If you have if you sketch and you don't use your sketch as your line art, I would recommend drawing as small as possible so that it's still legible and then making it bigger. Even if it does look really, really blurry, it's still only a sketch and still where it's just your roughs and where you want to place everything down. Drawing everything on in a smaller way also helps you get a better generalization. It's literally the thumbnail sketches we were talking about. Those are very, very small. It's just it compresses everything so that you draw it much faster. Because, you draw faster on a smaller canvas because there's there's less room for you to do stuff. Therefore, less time for longer brush strokes, and it gets everything down as fast as possible. And then once you happy with the thumbnail sketch, you make everything much bigger. And then you go from there and you go to your finished product. You understand what I mean?
Sounds like I need to start focusing on some thumbnail sketches then, 'cause maybe that'll help my problem.
Maybe it'll help. I do recommend doing it, but if you don't feel the need to do it, then don't. But I do recommend starting small and then getting bigger. But bigger starting small is definitely something that I had a problem with, but eventually you do grow out of. But it's not necessarily so much of a problem that it's oh my god, how will you ever recover? No, it's not that much. It's not that big of a deal at all.
Okay, makes sense.
Sometimes I start with drawing a big head and then I'll make it smaller, and I'll continue the body and I'll make it smaller and I'll make everything smaller, and eventually I'll make it bigger.
That's why you have so many layers. It helps you rearrange everything better.
Well, not necessarily. I keep everything on the one layer unless I'm doing fine details that I really don't want, or big details that I really don't want to erase everything else for. But yeah. Okay. Now, number 10, which is the last question on our list. I actually really wanted to answer this question. Why are following tutorials for drawing so difficult? I have so many reference images and videos saved, but whenever I'm trying to study anatomy or coloring from those guides, I always seem to struggle to understand what they're teaching me. For anatomy, it's how many heads you use to make your character's height, or the distance between the eyes and limbs, etc. For coloring, it never comes out the same as the reference images, which makes me think I'm doing something wrong. Okay, so at first, I was kind of stumped by this question because I have the same exact problem when it comes to following tutorials. Tutorials always made me lose my mind because they'll start from here, and then they'll go to Mona Lisa, beautiful, absolutely.
Draw a circle.
Draw a circle.
Some color.
Add some
Put
color.
the details.
Mona Lisa.
Literally.
It just goes from 0 to 100 so fast, and it's really hard to figure out how they got there. And I was kind of mulling over it for a bit. I was like, okay, so I do know that this happens, but I never considered why it happens, which is why I was really happy to answer this question. And I did come to a realization. Now I do understand, why this happens now. And I empathize with artists on this, and the reason this does happen, and the reason you're oh, am I stupid? Do I just not get tutorials? Oh my god, am I just a bad artist? No. First of all, sit down. No, you're not a bad artist just because you don't understand the tutorial. You're not terrible at what you do just because you can't draw like them, or you're not, or there's nothing you're missing. What I've noticed from a lot of tutorials is that they're not explained very well. A lot of tutorials are aimed at artists that know what they're doing. A lot of tutorials are aimed at pro artists and rarely at beginner artists. A lot of artists don't understand how to explain things at a beginner level. So a lot of people will be lost in the terminology or what you do, because they'll go into depth about like layers, like vector layers and stuff, and they won't give any explanation on what those are. They go to absurd like terminology. I don't know, things that aren't aimed at beginner artists. Like they'll market
nuanced.
it. Yeah, they'll market it at beginner artists, but you'll find terminology that you have no idea how to do. So it is definitely aimed at people who know their way around the program, know what to do, know what this does, know what that does, and that is why you're not understanding the tutorial, because you might be a beginner and you might be like, oh, what does this mean? Am I missing something? No, you're not. But if you know your art stuff better than most, and you're still finding that you don't understand the tutorial, I think I also know why. It's because a lot of tutorials go from point A to point B very, very fast. But the thing is, they don't explain why or how that goes from point A to point B. Like from adding the adding details, like the infamous adding details quote that goes from something completely unrendered to something that's absolutely majestic. They don't understand, they don't explain why or how that works. They just show you how to do it and don't like give you the fundamentals of what this does. Like such as like I explained to Mari about backlighting, like the ambient light, like light that reflects off of other surfaces onto the shading of certain objects. Like if you were to draw a ball and you were to hover a ball over the table, and let's say the light source is coming from away from the table, away from the ball. One side, the table's on one side, the ball's on the other side. Now, because the light is reflecting off of the table, it's going to hit the back of the ball, which would make a bit of ambient lighting on the shaded side of the ball. So it's not that the ball gets lighter as it gets darker. It's that light is reflecting off of the other surface of the ball, depending on what's under it, what's behind it. I didn't just do it. Because the thing is, I could show Mari how to shade a ball right now and just not explain what anything does. And Mari would probably not get any of it. Like if I were to draw and shade a ball right now and say, this is how you draw and shade a ball, Mari would probably not understand, because I'm not explaining why those things happen. I'm not explaining what happens. Like if Mari were to shade a ball, like, hold on, let me draw a ball. Let me give you a ball right now. This is like our second
More
time.
balls! Let's go!
G-pen. Okay. Let's say you draw a ball like this. This is your ball. This is your ball. If Mari
My ball.
were to shade the ball like this, and I would say, that's wrong. That's not how you shade a ball. And I just shaded a ball in front of her, and I didn't tell her like how to fix what was wrong. She probably wouldn't be able to get it at all. Now, I will explain to you now how to shade a ball, because I really like explaining how to shade balls. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to use a color that is slightly tinted, like darker, more tinted towards gray. You're going to lean your color palette to the bottom left. Okay, you're going to go towards black, but you're not going to go entirely towards black, and you're not going to go towards white. It's more trying to lead it more into the gray, and you're going to move the hue over here down a little bit, because purple and red work very, very well together when it comes to shading. Because of like how they contrast one another. It's a monochromatic color palette thing. Colors that are to get like right next to each other on the color wheel do work very well together, depending on what you're trying to convey. If I wanted to shade a warmer colored ball, I would use a more orange color. If I wanted to shade a more cool colored ball, I am going to shade in a more purple color, because purple is a more cool color. This color can change depending on the colors that are around it. So I'm going to use the colors to convey what I want the ball to be perceived as. In this case, a cooler colored ball. So I'm going to use a more purple because it's a more cool color. Now I'm going to use this brush and I'm going to shade around this. Now, balls are circular, okay? So that means the shading around them will also be circular, okay? So the light, where the light hits, will be a circle. So you will shade the ball like so, alright? Where the light isn't hitting directly, there will be no hard edge, okay? So, for if the ball isn't being like, okay, if the ball isn't directly blocking the sunlight, then the ball's edges will not be hard. Like I explained this to Mari earlier. Okay, so listen, this is a table. Oh, okay, I guess this is not a table. Let me just remove these are kind of distracting me. Okay, this is a table right here, and this is a piece of paper. Oh, I guess a piece of paper on the table right here. Okay, you see this? You see this piece of paper? This is the piece of paper standing upright on a table.
Yeah.
Okay, now of course, if the sun was coming like from around here, the paper shading would look like, let me lower the opacity a bit. The paper shading would look like this, right? Okay, now let's say like the sun's coming from more up here, okay, like still behind the paper but more up here, because these two parts of the paper are extreme, like this part of the paper is the closest to the table and it's the one blocking the most light from the sun coming through. So the edges of this shadow are going to be hard because they're just so close together that the sun can clearly define that shape. It's clearly blocking the light, and it will be the shape of the paper. It will be like really hard and thin. But as the sun, like as the paper moves farther away from the table, it will lose its definition because of how like not close it is, how far away it is, and because the sun, it's blocking less light from the table from coming through, so it will be more blurry. It will be it will look more like this. As the farther it gets, the more blurry it will look. So if something isn't clearly like defined, it will look more blurry. Do you not understand what I mean? So the less it blocks, the more blurry it is, and because this is farther away, it will look more blurry. So because of that, we can apply it to here. We can go like that because it's not blocking the light too much. There's not much blocking light, especially because it's a rounded ball. So it will be more round. Hey, and you can add as many layers of dark as you possibly want, but I'm just gonna stick with one. Now, obviously, you would shade the ball, like you would put a layer of, you would shade the ball like this by putting the shadow right here. Maybe if you want the ball to be extra shiny and not matte, like matte, you would, okay, ignore that shadow right there, that kind of sucked, but okay. Let's say you want very shiny ball now. Okay, actually, I would go for a more colored in this sense, because you don't want it to be too bright. But yeah, it's shiny. It's a shiny ball. The highlight will also follow the circle of the ball. So make sure to keep that in mind. Because the ball is round, the highlight will definitely follow like the curvature of the ball. Also, the shadow is bothering me to no end, so I will fix it. Okay.
And that also follows the ball.
Yeah, and also follows the curvature of the ball because the ball is round. It will block a round light. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna remove this light because it's bothering me. I can also make this darker if I wanted to, like that, or you know, multiply, and it can be less purple. Whatever. Honestly. Now, the light I was talking about. Now let me remove this shadow. Let's say the light is coming from here. It's hitting a table, like an invisible table over here, and because that table is reflecting light as well, that light is going to bounce back to the bottom of the ball. So you will see a reflected light at the bottom of the ball because the light isn't bright enough and it's just reflected. It's not bright enough to be its own light source, but it's definitely still visible. So you would see it at the bottom like this. You see what I mean?
Now, how would you go about picking the color for like a reflected light like that, like the ambient light?
Honestly, I used the shading color and I made it a screen layer.
A screen layer. Okay.
You could use an add layer, but add is a bit too harsh, honestly. So I used a screen layer, which is just brightening up the colors a lot, takes the light and values of the colors, you know, that sort of thing. I didn't
Now, this
necessarily
is like
pick
good
this
for
color.
like multiple light sources.
Yeah, exactly. This is definitely good for multiple light sources. Pearls also do this because pearls reflect light very, very easily. So you'll definitely see in pearls them like reflecting light like this in the shadow. Yeah, if you look at it from far away, it kind of does look like a pearl.
Mm-hmm.
One second. Okay. Hi. All right. But yeah, you understand what I mean. That's how you go about shading.
So
as
that's
well.
why, like, that's when like the other layer effects kind of come into play, because like screen can be a really good way to kind of like get that color rather than trying to figure out.
Yeah,
like, the
exactly,
color.
exactly. It's for like lazy people. You understand what I mean? Because you could definitely pick this color all on your own without having to use a screen layer. However, do you really want to go through that? Do you really want to go through that entire arduous process of picking the color on your own? So this is why I used a screen layer just to brighten it up without having to
I think
manually
the fact
pick
that
out
like
the
you
color.
mentioned that you used a screen layer, all right, it's like when I'm watching tutorials, like they won't just mention, yeah, I'm using the screen layer because this layer type tends to make good ambient light per se. Like that's why I'm using this layer because I like it better. A lot of them don't explain that.
Okay, how would you do multiple light sources? Actually, sorry, I didn't see that question earlier. That's definitely a different question. Okay, it all depends on where they're coming from. So let's say we got a blue light coming from over here and a pink light coming from over here. So first things first, I would definitely block out where the light sources are coming from. I would use an airbrush and I would go ahead and take these colors and I would... Oh, okay, we're gonna follow the curvature of the brush, by the way. So the curvature of the ball, by the way. It all depends on like where they are too. So I'm gonna say that this one's more in the background and this one's more in the foreground. I would also use an add layer when it comes to ooh, okay, that's definitely probably not that then. Or add or a screen layer when it comes to light sources like this. I guess it just depends, honestly. Give me like 5 seconds. Okay, so it doesn't really go to blue that much. Alright, whatever. Okay, alright. Red and blue aren't very friendly, honestly, so it's okay. So, yep. This way right here. So you can see this in the back. The blue is more in the back and the you are more in the front. Yeah, okay, so go like that. If I could fix this would be great. I guess it works that way, but it's kind of not what I want. You know what? I think I know how to fix this. Don't mind me. Sorry, I unclipped the layer. There you go. I changed the color of it. Yeah, so that would go in the back, that would go in the front. I think if they're at opposite ends, there's going to be no shading. It's kind of like, think of like a lunar or a solar, was it a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse? No, it was a solar eclipse when both the things are on the opposite ends. There's no true like dark or shading. But you could do something like... One second. Solar is where the moon goes in front of the sun. Ah, I see. Okay, so lunar eclipse. All right, lunar eclipse. Yeah. So there would be no true shading. You could basically do something like... It's a bit complicated.
It's like a fuzzy ball.
It's like fuzzy. You could shade between those things. But yeah, I'm going to say it really just depends. Honestly, also use references. Going about shading two light sources is way better if the thing that you are drawing has shapes on it, like a face. Do you know what I mean? Because then you could go about sculpting out like what blocks that light, what doesn't, what blocks this light, what doesn't. But since nothing blocks the light here, and this is a perfect ball, there's no true shading. You know what I mean? Because everything is smooth, and each of these are kind of just like consuming half of the ball. There's no true shading, so it's way better when you are focusing on a thing that has shapes like a face or a hand or something like that, because then there's things blocking the light and there's things to shade. There's things that aren't blocking the light, things that you aren't shading. So TLDR for tutorials, a lot of them don't explain things at a basic and beginner level, or they don't explain things like how things happen. They just explain that things happen and not how things happen, you know? Because once you understand the fundamentals of why it happens, it becomes a lot easier to apply to your own art, you know? Like how to draw a foot. Okay, but why do you draw a foot this way? Like you use shapes to draw a foot, but why do you use shapes to draw a foot? Oh, it's just to get to the base anatomy of a foot down. Feet can be broken down into several different shapes, and once you get a hang of drawing those shapes in different perspectives, you can link those shapes and make a foot. And
so how do you go about finding more like beginner friendly like stuff that explains that?
That is something that I have no clue how to answer. I'm very, very sorry. The reason I'm doing this entire series entirely is because there's not many beginner friendly tutorials. I'm just snatching a bunch of beginner artists off the street and explaining them in a way that they can actually understand. Also, these VODs are there so that beginner artists can also understand, even if they're not on my stream. But the thing is, I do not know if there's many beginner-friendly tutorials out there. There
really aren't.
Yeah, it's very, very sad. So this is essentially why I'm doing that. If I knew, I would definitely I would promote it everywhere. One thing is, Naoki Saito, like sometimes he's not entirely beginner-friendly, but definitely he has some content that you could definitely apply to your own art very, very easy because he's very in-depth in explaining. I want more beginner-friendly tutorials out there, so this is kind of why I'm doing it. I need stuff explained to me like I'm 5, even though I know how to do art. I'm an artist, I'm an illustrator, that's my job. But I know that I was at a point where I didn't know how things are explained to me either, and because I'm a baby, I need things explained to me like I still have a pacifier in my mouth. So I'm explaining that in that way to other people, and apparently they do get it. And I'm like, oh, that's so nice, you do get it. So that's why I'm having these teaching sessions, and I'm gonna have them every single Friday.
Like I said, I grew a brace after today. I know I'm yawning, but listen, I know it's even later for you, but like...
4 hours we've been here.
Hey, I've been in school for longer than this, so it's really not that bad.
It's okay. Yeah, no, listen, 4 hours, listen. I hope, but those are all the questions. I did want you to do a sketch at the end, but I don't know if we have enough time for that. Also, my ass hurts from sitting so much. And my throat is hoarse.
No, that is totally okay. Like, what's it called? Well, what I'll do is I will have an art challenge where we should have another collab where we do art challenges where I apply all the knowledge and we'll do art challenges. We can finally do the one
Exactly, the 1-layer challenge. I don't know, man. I don't want to do it. I'm so scared, but I feel like I should do it at least once in my life, just so I have something. It's just because my line art is so messy, I wouldn't be able to use the bucket tool at all. So like that would be like an instant what's it called? Disadvantage on my side.
Chat, that means you have to subscribe.
You have to subscribe. It's exactly what it means. You have to subscribe right now. Like, subscribe, please. I beg of you, please. Please. I'm so close to 10k. Come on, I just need 300 subs left. Come on, let's go.
Don't worry, you'll get there. You will get
Well,
there.
less than 300 actually. It's around 200 something, like 260. Actually, no, 250, I believe. Wait.
I would
240.
definitely be down to have like a dedicated collab where we just kind of like do like the 1 minute drawing or 5 minute drawing. Like that could be a really fun challenge in the future.
Definitely. I had a friend collab where I did a collab with Angela Kamala from 4V Live, and we did a challenge where we did an entire drawing with our non-dominant hand, which was technically my right hand. So it was really, really interesting to see how those drawings came out. This series will be continued with another beginner artist in the future. Yeah, and that beginner artist will ask an entirely new set of questions, and I'll be answering those, and I'll be going over them just as I am with Mari today. So, Mari, you're a pioneer. How do you feel? You started off an entire series. How do you feel about that?
I'm a shit.
Honestly, though, this is really interesting because let me put it into perspective of this.
Like you're an illustrator full time. Like this is your job. For me, I like to illustrate as a hobby. I don't really do this as a full-time profession. I genuinely like to do art as more of like, sometimes I'll do commissions, sure, but that's just kind of like something as a side, right? Like I do this for fun, and I do this to kind of do more like therapeutic stuff. It's like, this is personal for me.
Hobbyist.
So it's like, it's really nice to, I guess, finally be able to learn better tools and applications and kind of understand the whole concept of, well, at least Clip Studio Paint for the most part, and like understanding like the fundamentals of why things work the way they are, because like yeah, it's really just understanding the abstract concept of drawing,
right,
that I struggled with.
Yeah, drawing is definitely a very, very difficult thing to wrap your head around initially, but once you get into the groove of it, and once you have like the right tools to improve, gradually you do get better, and gradually it does get a lot easier, and it's very, very, very fun once you see steady improvement and you know where to get your resources. It's very fun. So I wanted to be the one to kickstart those resources for people. A lot of people, like, they don't know where to start. They don't know where to get their foot in the door. Like, they'll know how to draw decently, but they're like, how do I improve from here? Because none of the tutorials that I'm seeing make sense to me. So that's kind of my job. That's what I do here. Also, I aim to be an illustrator full-time. It's going to be my job, I hope, very soon. I do illustration a lot, like quite literally every single day. It is a big, big part of my life. So pray for me. Pray.
Yes, I'm definitely, yes. Honestly, like this type of class is perfect for someone like me. It's like I said, like I want to draw more, but I wasn't sure how to improve or like where to kind of go from where I currently am. And it's like, I know people will just say, just keep drawing, which yes, that's true. That is 100%. The more you do it, the better. But think of it this way. What I do full time is I make videos. Like I video edit, and this is what my full time career is. That's why I have a YouTube channel. Like I make videos, and I am. After 4 years of doing this, I've come to realize that I have spent an exorbitant amount of time on things that if I had done better research and understood terminology better, I could have learned how to do something more efficiently and saved myself a lot more time and a lot more headaches and frustrations. A lot of people don't realize is that I have severe ADHD, and you only have, let's just put it this way, you only have so many battery life of your attention span, right? And if you focus too much of that battery focusing on like one thing, you're losing so much potential of having that creative focus on other aspects of whatever projects you're working on. It's called decision fatigue.
Exactly. I can only really focus like really hard on one decision, and other opportunities kind of close doors to me because I can't really focus on multiple decisions. I have to balance. I have to spread myself. I either spread myself thin or go hard and become amazing in one aspect of my life. So ADHD, yeah, severe, crippling. Like I should be in a wheelchair sort of ADHD. It's so bad. I've hyperfixated on art for a good amount of years of my life. I've been trying to get out of my comfort zone and learn instruments and stuff like that, but I don't necessarily have the time. But I do eventually want to dedicate some time to doing that and take a break from art and focus more on refining other skills of mine. One thing I wanted to mention is I get so frustrated when artists tell beginner artists, "Oh, just practice." And I understand, I really do. Vague questions get vague answers, okay? If you ask me, how do I draw? I can't tell you anything. I would probably tell you the same thing, just practice, because you're not giving me a specific question to answer. However, I hate the notion that it's just practice, because you can practice the same thing over and over, but if you practice the wrong thing over and over, it's not really practice now, is it?
Exactly, and that's why like classes like this are so helpful, because like I said, I don't want to do art full time. I want to do this for fun, for relaxation.
Exactly.
And understanding the tools and the concepts. And just, I think the terminology is where a lot of people struggle with. And that's why it's like, look, I focus more on video editing because I have to think about how do things fit in a scene? How do you convey a mood in one single frame? Whereas drawing, how do you convey what you want in one layer?
Exactly. It's very you want to practice the right thing, okay?
Yeah.
Like they're like, just practice, but what am I supposed to be practicing is the problem.
Yeah.
Like I get it. Like if you're really passionate about art, you wouldn't just say how do I draw? You would ask like, how do I do this? How do I do that? But the thing is, how do you ask those sort of questions if you don't even know what to ask in the first place? So
for example, like, do you know how many people don't even know that the transform tool on Clip Studio Paint, like what that is? Like they're like, what is the transform? Like people don't know to look that up. It's so
stunning to me. I've been doing this for so long that the transform tool is just second nature to me. Like I just reach for it and I don't even think about it. But some people will be like, what are you doing? I'm like, what do you mean what am I doing? Like, what are you doing? What do you mean what am I doing? Like that. Transforming?
It's a
Like
new language.
a
lot of it is a new language.
Exactly.
Remember how I said I would teach you Japanese?
Yeah.
So it's like where I struggle with my Japanese, that I don't study enough vocabulary, right? But I understand the grammar very, very well.
Oh,
So
the
even
grammar
if
is
I don't
where
know
I'm
the
going
words,
wrong.
I can definitely help you with that. And that, like, art is the same way. It's a language that you're learning, and yeah,
Exactly.
that's something you have to like. People need help on, and I think your tutorial series or like this class that you want to do is going to really help people who want to understand that terminology, so then they can go from here and say, okay, now that I understand like what these technical terms are, I can now go find more research.
Yeah,
resources
exactly.
on the-
It's kind of like you have a song stuck in your head, right? And you or like a genre of a song stuck in your head, right? And you're just like thinking about that genre and you just don't know the name of it. And now somebody's told you the name of it and what like that genre entails.
Yeah!
And now you can go search for songs like that on your own. You're like, I like this song, but I want to hear more of it. And I don't know like what genre this song is. So if somebody tells you the genre and what that genre entails, and now you can search for more of your favorite songs and you can,
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do. Wow, Mari! Hold on 1 second. Mari, okay. Yeah, okay.
Ooh, nuzzles.
Nuzzles.
Now I know what she smells like, chat.
Please, are you gonna bottle it up and smell it? Oh, that was my merch idea. That was my merch idea. You can't take that.
VTuber candles. Let's go.
Where did my hand go?
Don't ask questions.
Where did my hand go? Mari!
So,
okay,
thank you so much for the class, Sensei. I gotta go.
I found it, but that was so concerning. Where did my hand? She took my hand. She started dismembering me limb by limb. I didn't expect this
taking hands.
I didn't expect this class to be so dangerous.
Hand holding is lewd, okay? I would
Okay.
never. I would never.
She just took my hand. Just right, just let my hand go. Okay, but anyway, hold on. Let me just make sure that my hand stays attached to me. But we are at the 4-hour and 30-minute mark. How do you feel, Maria?
I feel like now things make a lot more sense. It feels, I guess, comforting to know that I'm not just arguing with myself in my head if I'm doing things wrong. It's really nice that, I guess, sometimes things feel more real when you say them out loud, and sometimes it's really helpful to have someone else, like, repeat similar things that you kind of already thought you knew and to verify that, you know?
Yes, exactly. Just the verification is very good. Sometimes you just need closure.
Validation,
Exactly.
you know?
Validation, right? Also, just I hope you learned a lot from this stream. I hope you.
I did. I learned a lot of new things, actually.
I heard you were
learned to have
taking
so many
notes.
notes.
Yeah,
Look at this on my canvas. This is.
Let me see. Can I see it?
Yeah. So this is what I'll do. This is where we'll go. I'll start with lesson 1.
Go ahead. You can read off your
And
notes if you'd like.
I wrote. Typically with line art, like shading can either mean darker or thicker lines, or you can use a darker like color. Usually people like to do this where the lines intersect, like the veins, the
Right.
hairlines, the neck. Depth is like a stylistic choice a lot of times. Let's see. Line art needs to be interesting, which is why line weight typically changes sometimes. Sometimes it's all preference. You don't have to do that. Light is usually like lighter lines, either in terms of coloring or making the lines thinner. And let's see. I also drew like a very. I don't know if you can see my screen. I thought I was sharing it on Discord for you. I don't know if it is sharing.
Let me see. I actually didn't see on Discord.
Let me see here.
Let me see. Oh, yep, it's sharing. Yep.
This was like the rough sketch that I had done.
Yeah.
When we were going over all of that.
Cute.
And then let's see. I also drew the like how you were talking about the folds where the
Yeah.
lines intersect.
Do you want me to share
Oh
the
yeah, if
screen?
you'd like to.
Okay, hold on. Just give me like 1 second. Let me make sure I just don't, dox myself.
I also sent you the video ninja link as well. If
Oh,
that's
okay. No,
easier.
it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm like full screened on your thing, so unless
Okay,
I
okay.
Okay, let me just give me like 5 seconds. Let me replace my screen with this. Give me a second. Yeah.
So like I did
Okay.
this was kind of what I was explaining earlier, and I did
Okay.
like a very rough sketch while we were
Right.
doing that.
Mhm.
Then I did like how we talked about the folds with like clothing and how like this would be where if the light were hitting from here,
Right.
it would be darker by the neck and like over here. And you can either indicate that by color or line thickness. I just
Exactly.
did line thickness for convenience sake.
Yes, exactly.
Next thing was studying like other people's art, like how these things here were more moe and how she typically for her art does more like wispies with like the hair and stuff. And she actually does things very blocky. Like everything's it's wider for her stuff here.
Yeah, exactly.
And when we talked about the line intersection, she actually simplifies it a lot more, which
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of
It's
airy,
very
wispy
simplified.
look.
Very
Mhm.
very much so.
This is when we were explaining like how she draws the eyes. Like she's
Yeah.
a lot of vibrant and vibrant colors, thin
Lines.
lines, less shading, gradients actually.
Yes. Exactly.
This is where I indicated that. This is like her eye shape kind of when I was drawing that.
Yeah, the eye shape. It looks very nice, Mari.
Thanks. I'm not so good with the hair though. I actually
It's
kind of
okay.
struggle with hair wispies.
It's okay. The thing is, I feel like you need to understand why the hair is doing that in order to get it more. The thing about the hair is the only thing I would critique is the variety. The
Yeah.
shape language, I think you got pretty good. It's just that everything looks the same. Both of those like two little curls off the side, they're the same size, same thing. The hair doesn't do that. Hair would probably be more like more variety. Like one curl would be like shorter, and one curl would be longer. Maybe one curl would twist the other direction. That sort of thing.
I think that's probably something I struggle with the most is variety with kind of stuff. So that is something I
Variety.
do need to work on for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is when we talked about the shading and stuff, and like when we were looking at the eyes and stuff and
Okay.
studying hers, like it's much different. She has the thicker, more kind of school days. It's like sadder.
Yeah, school days. Very more sad. Look, that eye looks amazing, Mari.
This was the read. Yeah, and this is when you're going over it, and I was like kind of following along with like what you were saying.
Yeah, that looks really, really good. The
And-
eye is so cute.
Thank you. I'm learning. See, chat. I'm learning.
She's learning. Her brain is becoming bigger.
It did. It was the one brain cell before I hit my head on the mic.
Is your head okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I do it a lot, actually.
No wonder your brain cells keep disappearing.
This is when we talked about, like, kind of understanding what it is I'm looking at. Remember how we talked about
Exactly.
like, the ambient light? I
Mhm.
actually, like, wrote a line here about how this is... because light is bouncing. I know I have really bad handwriting, but this is like with the paper thing that we talked about, how
Yes.
you have the harsher lines, and then it starts to
Yeah,
blur.
and then it
as
starts to blur
breaks.
as it becomes, the shadow becomes less defined. Yes.
And this is like the hard, I guess this is like the pure shadow, and this
Yeah.
is the ambient shadow that I wrote here
Very
on the
good.
raised surface.
Mhm.
I didn't pick good colors for this, to be honest. It's really hard to see, but
It's
this
okay.
was like,
It's okay. You did your best. I see it's starting to come in. It should be just a little bit darker, but the color is actually very, very good. The one you picked.
And then this is kind of like where you had explained how this is blurred, but this part is sharp. And this is just because the way the clothes are folded, this is how like the light is bouncing.
Yes.
Away from it actually, and that's why it blurs out because of the folds, because this one's sharper.
Right,
which
right,
means
right.
this is blocking this.
Exactly. Very good.
And then let's see, the last thing was the more recent thing here. This was the fun stuff, the colors.
Yeah, the colors, the first the primary color is the secondary color, and the tertiary, tertiary color is the tertiary. There we go. Sorry, the tertiary.
It's all of these.
Okay,
And then
okay. Yep.
We had the chroma.
The chroma,
Not
how
corona.
pure the color is, the shade and the tint.
And then I kind of like wrote down like on a script, because I normally use the triangle. This is how I normally draw.
Yeah.
It is a bit easier for me to conceptualize, but like I
Exactly.
understand for here, like this is kind of where people mostly go. And explaining the whole I didn't realize like the right slider meant it's more saturated,
Yeah.
and then left is less saturated. I did
Yeah,
not realize that.
It's just
So I
how
made
gray the
little
color is.
markers.
How gray it is.
Yeah, so chroma's like how pure it is. Shading is technically I understand. I finally understand why artists say don't just use black to shade. I
Please.
finally understand that now.
Oh my
And
God.
it's because of what you said,
Please.
right? The shade
I love
is how
you.
black it is in color.
I've
and tint is
saved
how
you.
white it is in color.
Mari, you
now
don't
I
understand.
finally understand.
I've saved you. I've saved you. I've
finally
saved a
understand
soul.
now.
Oh my
You
god.
did.
Okay. Well, the reason why artists don't just use black to shade is because when you do that, it gives the art extremely muddy feeling, okay? It's the only way you would use black to shade if you were a comic book artist, your style like included that. You have very harsh lighting in your style. Otherwise, if you have like a very anime painterly style, you would never use black to shade, okay?
Yeah.
Because it would look muddy and bad, and just having a more vibrant shadow is definitely the key to making your art pop and look very good. Okay?
And that's,
Don't do
that's
it!
how I indicated it. Yeah.
Don't do
It
it.
taught
Like
me a lot.
a lot of people will yell, "Don't use black to shade," but there are instances where it's okay to use black to shade. It's just that you just shouldn't. Okay? Unless
And
you-
I
it's just
finally
that.
understand why now. And then we talked about the monochromatic color palette, where it's like basically
Yeah, monochromatic.
keeping it basically this little dot
Yeah.
that stays. You want to
You move move everything. Yeah, for the triangle, it would be like the literal same. Just
yeah,
one. Just
it's
keeping
like stays here. and
stays
this.
in one area, or literally for a monochromatic color palette, it can also move slightly to the right or left depending on like something. It can move slightly to the right or left, but it can't be an entirely different color. It has to be all one color.
For example, chat, look at this. I picked this, right? But if you look, see how this has not moved, but
Yes.
only inside here? This
Yes.
is kind of like what we're talking about.
Exactly, literally, that's like quite literally it.
And then let's see here. We also talked about the anogaly thing, the three colors next to each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
The three colors next to each other, color palette.
And then we talked about
Complementary.
complementary. And then
Good for
let's
eyes. Yeah.
see, split complementary. So say like this is the main color.
Yeah.
This is the
Split off.
complementary, and then
Yeah,
these are the split complementary.
Exactly.
And I wrote it's good to like bring focus. So like
There's something
split
specific.
complementary is like bringing focus something specific in a drawing, and then the triad colors are the equally distanced on the color wheel.
Exactly. Usually it
And
has
then-
3 color spaces between.
The square one is it makes a square on the color wheel.
It's squares like 3. It's quite literally. It's very, very simple. Square on the color wheel, that is it.
And that's kind of all I wrote down because the rest of it was
That's all
more
she wrote.
about like what's it called?
Just personal
Conceptualize.
grievances. Yeah, personal grievances, personal conceptions. It's not something that you really needed to make note of. So I understand.
I wrote like skin shading is like a good for like say like this is my skin. This would be a good shade color like somewhere on the bottom right.
I am so happy that I don't only do this because I do not understand your notes at all. But the thing is, I would do something like this in which I would make notes, and they would be only legible to me.
Yeah,
like
I
only
kinda
I would
have-
understand them.
That's why I'm explaining each part. Like I'm just hovering over. Like this is what this.
I
means.
understand.
And then I wrote down what each layers meant. Like add layers, add a special effect near the edges, and it has like a shine to it. And that's kind of like the thing I picked up the most because I thought that was very fascinating. And then, in case if we did do the exercise, this was gonna be what I was gonna
That's
attempt
me.
to draw.
That's me. That's
I was
me.
gonna attempt to draw this.
That's me. That's literally me, actually. Yeah, I don't know how you got a picture of me. Like that cat over there. I don't understand how you got a picture of me.
Don't ask questions you don't know the answers to.
Where are the cameras? Where are the cameras?
It'd be like, and then my eyes would be like this, and this would be my hair. This would be my little twin tail, right? And then this is my little body, my little bean body.
That's me. Honestly, me.
And yeah, there you go. I'm
It's us.
There's your drawing, chat.
Oh my god, I can't believe she's just gotten this good in like the span of one. I must be a great teacher, honestly. I've taught you well, my child. Go into the world with your new drawing skills. Obviously,
Beautiful now.
beautiful. Obviously, just because of one drawing stream, you're not gonna suddenly draw like the Mona Lisa. But as you apply these things, you will slowly begin to understand more and more things. Especially if you study more anatomy. Just this stream was mostly focused on colors and what makes a good like color composition and that sort of thing. But once you focus more on anatomy and then you have the colors down and you practice all of that and you know what makes it look good, you will draw beautifully. You will draw
I'm glad we started
amazingly.
with this and not anatomy, because like I'm
God.
gonna be honest with you, anatomy is like it's so long.
I dread the day somebody asks me about anatomy.
I think you have to do like a class just like on anatomy because you have to go one by one,
Oh
right?
god, it
You
is
know
like
what I
it's a
mean?
1x1 thing. It is definitely 1,000,000% a 1x1 thing. It is oh god. I dread it. I'm actually for that sort of stream, I would definitely call Duke. They would ask me a question like, how do you draw feet? And I'm like, yeah, no, hold on 1 second. Doo-doo. The Discord calls out just like, hey. I would
Duke will
definitely
be
have to
like, hey baby, what's up?
it doesn't sound like that at all.
Alright,
How
so you want to look at them toes? I'll show you how to draw them.
Come
Don't worry.
on. You're so gross. You're just... what? So creepy.
How do I sound just like Duke? We'll never know.
Yeah, no, that's definitely how Duke sounds. That's how I had kind of Ikemen Duke to sound. You know, he has an Ikemen version of his persona. That's like actually how I expect it to sound. Hey, baby. He's right there in chat too, just staring at us. We're just
gonna be
making fun
like-
of him.
After this, I'm gonna get like a twit longer made about me from Duke. Be like, my experience with Mario Yume.
My experience with Mario and Inami Yoki, they both I'm literally here. They both bullied me on stream. I cannot believe this. They were so disrespectful. I want to know something actually, Mario. This is like completely unrelated, but this was really, really funny. Okay, so during my debut, my my chat knew I had the catchphrase of kuso. So like I would say kuso for a lot of things, you know, obviously I mean shit. Like I kind of like a potty mouth, but like it was a bit of a catchphrase. So I would say kuso extremely often. Well, I still do. It's still kind of a catchphrase, but I don't say it as often. It's because at the time it was like a massive verbal tick. So like for like anything that I was upset about, I would say kuso, kuso desu yone. You know, that sort of thing. So I remember talking, this is back when I was in the company, so I remember talking to my manager, and my manager told me there were a lot of overseas fans that were looking at me, and they were like, why does she have such a potty mouth? Like, why is she cursing so much? Because like English speakers look at the word kuso very different. They think of it as like more like damn it, heck, because it's such a like it doesn't have the same it doesn't have the same amount of weight as it does in Japanese, which is why probably like vice versa the word fuck doesn't have that much like leverage in Japan because it's an English curse word, you know. So kuso is more cute in English, the English language, than it is in Japanese, because you know people don't understand the weight of it. So like just seeing the difference,
the weight
like
of a lot of Japanese
exactly like kuso, and they're like, oh, it's cute, and then the Japanese people are just like, why is she cursing so much? Yes, it's just like a potty mouth. Like what the hell?
My Japanese friends will be like, you know, they're like sometimes Mari, we can like tell when there's like a foreigner who only learned Japanese from anime, because they'll say things like baka, and they'll say like other cringy stuff, and we're talking in Japanese, mind you, and I was like, oh, I say baka to my chat a lot. And then, but you're an anime girl, like that's expected. Like no one in real life, you will not go up to a Japanese person and call them a baka. That is a specific anime term, and that's so weird. It's so it's like going up to like someone in English and being like, ooh, in real life.
Exactly,
Like,
it's so
to your
cringy.
teacher or something, be like, ooh, sensei, teacher-san, I have to use the litter box now.
That's the thing about it. They would probably be like, oh, your Japanese is so good, because Japanese people are just polite like that. They would definitely be like, oh, you're so good, even when like it's choppy and you're using mostly anime terms. It's really funny, because the thing is, I do understand that like a lot of like anime Japanese is not actual Japanese. I have been trying to study it, and grammar is difficult. It's hard. It's difficult.
Anime doesn't help anymore.
It doesn't
now
really.
They're using a lot of English, and actually they started doing this Japanglish thing. So like I had a joke with my friend where it's like, instead of saying daijoubu, which means okay or I'm cool or whatever, my friends and I would say daijobs, which is
daijobs.
It's like we came up with like our own slang, which is like the English translation of it is just kind of like it's like oh my gosh, what's the slang that we use over here when we're just vibing? It's kind of like when you're saying like I'm cool or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, and it's like we would not use that in a real Japanese conversation.
Exactly.
Between friends.
Exactly,
you know?
exactly. It's just like very like an inside joke. I get it completely.
Yeah.
Like anime is leaning more towards being cute and being like having. I feel like anime has its own dialect now. Do you know what I mean?
It does. It actually does.
Anime
Yes,
has its
it
own
does.
like because the thing is I learned sentence formatting from anime. I know how like sentences are formatted. It's similar to Spanish in a way, in which sometimes things are reversed. Like the main part of the sentence becomes in the beginning, and all of like the supporting like words come after it, like similar to Spanish. While in English, like a lot of the supporting words come in the like both sides of what you want to say. So
the subject and the predicate.
Yeah, exactly,
sentence.
exactly. It's complicated English stuff, you know. So it makes a lot of sense. Like I learned that, but I know that I can't like actually commit any like of the words that I hear to mind, other than like basic words like daijoubu or like you know the terms for like, you know, hello, goodbye. I know like sayonara is more for like a person that you don't think you'll see again, or like a more long farewell, or farewell to someone you won't know, and more like zane for like more people that you're more friendly with, more comfortable with, or people that you think are more friends. Like those sort of things. Mata,
which is
matane,
like
you
really
know.
good friends.
Yeah, exactly. Very good friends. Like I know that sort of stuff. I
Yeah.
know like very enough to have a really really awkward conversation with a cashier.
Basically, like, honestly, what I learned was that it's okay to talk like a baby in Japanese when you're first learning. Like, if you go to Japan and you're just like taberu, which means you just want to eat. Like, literally just saying that.
Yeah.
That is enough to convey that you are hungry and you want to eat something. And Japanese people said that is okay because at least you were trying.
You're trying. Like they understand that you
Yeah.
don't know. They're very polite. But the one thing is, I wish they would be more honest, because they'll be like, no, you're so good at Japanese. You have your skills are so good. Like I couldn't even tell. Like they could definitely tell. By the way, I couldn't
They're
even
so
tell
nice.
that you're a foreigner. Like they could tell. By the way.
This is how you can tell if a Japanese person is like pretend like complimenting you and then actually complimenting you.
Yeah.
They won't just say like, "Oh, your Japanese is so good." They will ask you this. So, how long have you been living in Japan? Like they'll ask you like, "How long have you been here?" Because that's an indication that they're actually very impressed by your Japanese.
Yeah, they're really like dishonest in the most polite way. They remind me of Canadians. They remind me of they're kind of like Canadians from the other side of the world.
The Asian Canadians. They're the
The
Canadians.
Asians, the Canadians. Like they're way too nice for their own good. I feel like you would definitely be like trapped in a line where one of them is like, go ahead, go in front of me. No, you go in front of me. You first. No, they would definitely do that. I feel like they would. Like, go in front of me. I'm so sorry. Like, no, you go in front of me first. No, don't worry. No, don't worry. I wasn't here first. You go ahead. No, but like, I don't want to be rude, you know? Like that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's exactly how they are too.
Exactly. Yeah,
I'm drying you now. I'm drying my senpai right now.
oh my god.
Also,
It's
you
me.
know.
That's me. That's me for real. But yeah, no, it's so interesting. I definitely do want to learn it, because like it's really cringy knowing like barely any of a language that I use like a lot, because it's to be expected. I'm a VTuber. I'm supposed to keep up the anime
Don't
sort
worry,
of
next
English
time
by using my Japanglish.
Yeah, next time we'll collab on my channel and I'll teach you Japanese.
Yes, teach me. I would definitely take notes, like a lot of them.
And then you can go over your notes and your scribbles.
Yeah, exactly. Oh god. Oh, I'm pretty. I already have a head start because I do know a bit of. Wait, is it hiragana or katakana? I don't remember. I don't remember.
Hiragana is the Japanese writing system, whereas katakana was they wrote it for like foreign words.
Hold on. Let me just go double check for katakana. 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 Okay, it's definitely not katakana. It's because it's hiragana. I think I know hiragana better. Yeah, katakana chart. Yeah, I don't understand this at all.
Katakana is used a lot in manga, so in JoJo's a great example of katakana.
Yeah, exactly. I see it right now. Like mami mo mo papi po po po. No, I don't understand any of that. Well, except I see the pa.
So,
the pa I do understand.
katakana?
Yeah, no, I know hiragana. Hiragana, I know majority of it. There are some that I like my brain just omits for some reason and I forget, and I'm like, damn, I should have known that. I do know that. I think my pronunciation is pretty decent. I think it's pretty okay, especially since I sing a lot of songs in Japanese. I like, you know what? I learned most of my Japanese from songs, like Japanese songs, rather than anime. Like I'll associate like the vowel they're saying with the hiragana or katakana or kanji on screen, and I'll see like, oh, they said ah there, so, and I see ah on screen, so like, yeah, that's what they're saying. To the point where I can read a bit of it if I stare at it for around, I'm gonna say 10 seconds.
Well, I know what our first lesson's gonna be about, because when I was living in Japan and I went to like a Japanese school, I spent like an entire week on just pronunciation and inflection. So I know
Inflection
what
and
we're gonna
pronunciation.
study. I have a whole workbook about just Japanese inflection.
Japanese inflections are so because there's like okay, correct me if I'm wrong. There's suki and there's ski.
Yeah, it's based off of your breath.
Yeah, exactly. There's suki well, not suki. Okay, there's ski and then there's ski. Do you know? Yeah, it's like they're both spelled the same. They're both spelled the same, but one omits the T a lot more. One of them
It
means
depends.
moon, and the other means something else. I forget.
Yeah, it depends on how fast you're talking too. Because if you're saying daisuki, and you're like someone, you could say that, or you could say daisuki, which is like
Daisuki.
it's like a faster way of saying it.
Daisuki.
That's why like some
Daisuki.
people say ski instead of saying suki.
A lot of Japanese songs, they will do this thing where they will kind of like change up a word. Okay, hold on. Okay, so a good like, sometimes it doesn't look like how it's pronounced. I'm trying to look at, for example, like they'll shorten words like, okay, I said it freaking like so those shorten words. I know so many examples because I listen to so many songs.
Ski and su are the ones that they
Yeah,
typically
ski.
shorten.
Yeah. That's like the most basic examples. Suki and ski. You know. Yeah, you know that's the most basic one they shorten, and it's so frustrating because now I can't just go off and read. One of the songs that I had the most trouble of learning was Heart by Toblet, and it's not because that the song is necessarily hard to learn. It was because there were so many different ways they pronounced the thing because of like the odd way that like the odd tempo they're singing that it's ooh, it was so bad. Hold on, let me okay. 口からの夏が黄昏とめくいていて人のぬくもりさえも捨ててしまう気がするんだ蘇ってしまうよあなたのためならいくらでも間違いも愛せるよバカなもんでさ言い換えてしまうよあなた隠れた命だからかっこつけて泣いてるよ愛が欲しくてさ愛が欲しくてさ Okay, now there's several there that I can point out. Okay, now okay, so there's yeah, okay, so for first off, the first one that I noticed in general was 言い換えてしまうよあなた隠れた命だから命 like that's 命 that's life, you know, that sort of thing. Like they shortened so
like
much.
the dialect. So like there's like an Osaka dialect that I can tell right away when someone has like a dialect because I learned Tokyo Japanese. If someone has like a southern like accent, I have a very difficult time understanding. There's some like Twitch streamers who I will raid sometimes, but because they have an Osaka like dialect, I actually can't understand what they're saying. And it's like I feel so bad. Especially since it's not like a first language sort of thing. Like it's like learning American, like New York American, like just like hearing like an accent like mine, and then going to England. Yeah. Oh my gosh, England.
Can you pass me a bottle of water? Like I think I would like actually lose my mind. That is kind of how they talk though, and it's like I don't know what you're saying, but yeah, okay. Exactly. Like if you're just learning English and you're learning like the American English, like the like a very flat accent like this, like where it's easy to understand. Like I don't actually have massive respect for anybody that looks at the word yacht and doesn't immediately give up. So anybody that learned English, I am so proud of you. Anyway, yeah, because the language is the most confusing. Anyway, we made everything needlessly complicated for no reason. Anywho, yeah, like it's like going, like I'm learning American English, going to Britain and absolutely knowing nothing because of all the slang they use, all of like the different connotations, how words sound, like the same words sound completely different, you know? I get it like entirely. Like I wouldn't understand either, especially for somebody just like learning it, like not like completely like comfortable and fluent in it. It's definitely would be really difficult unless they spoke extremely slowly. I don't think I would be able to understand it all.
And that's exactly how art is as well, everybody. Because yes, it is a language that you have to learn. And look, I redrew it a little bit. I drew it a little bit better now. Now we're cute. I look a little cursed, but I always look cursed.
Look at us. We have just the little pill bodies. I love it so much. But yes, please definitely invite me for a Japanese learning stream. I would absolutely love to learn from you.
I got you. I got
Okay.
you.
Okay, we are like 3 minutes away from the 5-hour mark.
Quick.
So,
we'll do a final goodbye for the last 3 minutes.
Okay, Otsuyoki! Otsukaresama deshita! Thank you everybody for joining me!
Thank you everyone for being smooth brain with me. Here, since this is like the final thing, I'll reintroduce myself one last time and then I'll let you finish off on your stream.
Absolutely.
I'm Mari Yume.
I'll end when you end, honestly.
Dreams. Yeah, exactly. And the personification of dreams, I basically stream a variety of content. Usually I spend a lot of time just kind of talking about stuff. I really like to talk about mental health, content creation, VTubing. I used to make a lot of VTubing tutorials and advice stuff. I've actually been thinking about picking that back up again. And I kind of draw like as a side hobby thing. Sometimes I take commissions. I like to do this for fun. I mostly focus on like making videos and just doing really dumb cat things and stuff.
Okay, I'll introduce myself for the people that rated me. If you're still here, hold on, let me just double check because I'll know if I ended off more with what I started. Yeah, there is 55 people. Okay, hello people. Oh, that's scary. Hello everybody. My name is Inami Yoki. My name is actually, and like my full name is actually Zigama Kokona Sidikiri Kajiri Sing no Sigimatu Inamatu Hiramatu Kira Tokona Isimatokori Abadikino Bodikino Pipe no sitting at Jiringa no good and I couldn't no pon Pokapina pon Pokana document no Josuke, but you can call me Inami Yoki for sure. Or you can just call me Yoki, that's just my name. You can call me Yo-Yo, you can call me Yoki, you can call me Yokes, you can call me whatever. I don't know, I don't care. I am an illustrator, that's what I do. I hope to make it my full-time job. I mean, I quite literally do it for a full-time job anyway. I've worked for a bunch of like companies. I've worked for very, very big names, and I hope to work for a very, very big thing in the future. Pray that I get the job, please. But anyway, yeah, because it's kind of what I do. I'm going to be running these art streams every single Friday with a different person as a guest. Maybe I'll have some recurring guests. Maybe I'll bring like actual big artists in the future so we can have like an art breakdown together in the future. But I'm planning to do a lot with this series. The series is essentially aimed at beginner artists learning what to do and getting the fundamentals and, getting the ball rolling. Every single time they'll send me a list of questions they want answered and then I'll do my best to answer them and we will learn together, okay? We're all gonna learn together. So if you want to learn more about art, please tune into this stream. If you guys have suggestions on what topics I should cover, please leave them on my Mars. I have my Mars. If you go to my bio and you see that my Twitter link, you can go to my card.co and you can send me a marshmallow like, hey, can you please cover this at some point? I will do my best. I hope this stream has been educational for everybody that's watched it. For everybody that's still here after such a long time, thank you so much. Thank you once again, Rana, for the raid. I know she's gone by now, but if you what does Rana call her friends? I actually don't know. But if if you could extend your thanks to her from me, I probably will message her myself, but if you could extend your thanks and tell her how truly grateful I am, that would be amazing. I really could not have done it without her. Thank you for everybody that stayed so long, though. I didn't expect so many people to hang around, and I hope people are entertained by me, and I hope you come back at some point. I stream on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Thursdays, 6 p.m. EST, Fridays, 8 p.m. EST, which is probably when this art class is going to take place, every single Friday at 8 p.m. EST, and Saturdays at 8 p.m. EST, once more. And yeah, I think I've talked too much about myself now, even though this is my stream. I feel like I'm over-explaining now. I feel, you want to know my social security number? You want to know my card info? That's probably what the territory we're going into right now. I like to think I'm pretty funny. I like to think I'm pretty cute. So
you're very cute and funny, don't worry. Totally fine.
Okay.
You're so adorable.
Thank you. You're so cute too. But thank you everybody for listening to me autistically ramble for the better half of 4 hours. Thank
It's
you
okay.
so much, everybody. I really couldn't have done it without you. Thank you for having my first art talk be a success. And thank you, Mari, for being a pioneer. I couldn't have done it without you either. You're such a good and attentive student. I give you A for this class. You get an A plus.
Oh yeah, let's go. I'm gonna hang that up later. You'll see.
Exactly. Okay. Invite me for JP learning stream at some point. I love their club. A plus. Yeah. Just mark it. Okay, that's a little too many
Let's
pluses.
throw that.
Were you that good of a student?
No.
I saw you picking your nose a little bit. I don't know.
Chad said I fell asleep at one point, but I'll have you know I was just resting my eyes. Okay.
Resting your eyes. No, I didn't hold up. Okay. But anything, before I finally end the stream, do you have anything you want to promote? Like a new event, you know, that sort of thing?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have any events. I just did like all my charity stuff. There is one thing that I am doing. I am
let's
gonna
see.
do one more charity event.
Oh my god! Okay, guys, donate to charity right now. Trevor, if you could do me a favor and link Mari's channel, at some and so people can. I'll go. Yeah. Oh, wow, he's
so quick.
What the?
Hiatus now. I'm basically gonna be raising money. It's like a VTuber SummerSlam for by Gamers I Reach. It's to help like people who don't really have a lot of money, to help get them video games, mostly for children. Help raising money for kids. I already did stuff for
Oh, it's so sweet.
what's it called? Oh gosh.
He's too fast, honestly.
There's the Disney thing. I just did it, Mari. What was the name of the charity? Oh my gosh. Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Make-A-Wish.
I just did one for Make-A-Wish, but this one's gonna be another one for but it's specifically catered towards VTubers raising the charity events. I'm gonna be working on that. I don't have a solid date yet for it. So follow me on Twitter or follow my YouTube channel to know when that's happening. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you for joining me, Mari. Thank you, everybody. Everybody deserves a round of applause.
Yeah, thank
So,
you, everyone.
we're gonna be leaving now. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining me. The stream went way longer than I thought it would. 5-hour stream. Let's go. My first 5-hour stream of the last 2 months. Okay. Bye, everybody. Ohayoki. Bye. I'll see you. Do you have any ending greeting?
Oyasumi nasai.
Oyasumi nasai. Otsukaresama deshita. We did good work here today. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.